Electric.
Playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth dangerous game. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Rage, power, weakest, flawed, money, driven, major.
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you, oh no. Oh no, me no da right. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. No. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you, oh no. Oh la di da da right. Oh la di da right. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far, but so close. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground.
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff. The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At Tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball, and at Tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets up explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap flap flap, sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights, especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's dragon practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stack. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的直接夺防，阿哲第一颗保利，所以热射上到，而且还是攻这一颗，先把对方退回来，对热射大爆。
the Baron.
Oh, they see Gory bot. Gory's going to have to teleport up here. Does get to the tower first of all, but this is getting absolutely annihilated. Smite fight! Gemini once again will be winning that one, and a big knockup coming out of Sword Art as Rest goes unstoppable. Pretender's going to go down. Gory find the perfect angle. Kaiwing getting very, very low as Rest does choose that all out, but it's going to be at least one kill found here for Jiang. Is Eminem going to get rooted up? Caster very, very low. Jiang not going to be able to find the kill just yet, and he won't be able to find it at all as Gory gets the pizza kill.
And Gory started that fight out with finding Pretender off on the side.
上半部打着协和坎纳，现在完成单杀受伤，各种意见。W 先交这个兵，对，打到应该是叠3层3环，他好像是小形态就把人家杀了，没错，拉扯，走位，原地跳，对他就是靠普攻跳跟 Q 打满3层哦。哎，我靠，哇！看一下又要胜败来点吗？那胜败点，胜败就要出事了，直接被锁头。爆海大绝下来，先敲，又敲到2个，胜败在正中央。有一个护盾的保护，这边卷，把3个人给卷了回来。ICU 在后排，把人给直接切走了。16一键逃跑 ，Driver 这时候开了拼死一搏，一个人在打3个，但是他知道打不赖过地狱族，这波打回来了。这边一头直接撞掉，血量也算好了。
这里感觉还可以再撞一下。
哇，这里一个问题伤害非常高，又直接被打退了。还要再骑一次车，
还可以。
哎，没有啊，是法洛斯开车的。哎，又是一个天雷16，这不考虑去隔壁打另外一款吗？好准！陈长是没有大绝的，但是这里在这个窄口决定撤退，走得掉吗？有一个深渊魔眼，在一个大绝，这里缩连手绑到之后画了一个星月无双。 绝望螺旋的伤害，这里拉网交闪，还把优胜给直接震飞了，
拉得开哦。
那这里是一波的包夹，这里 W 闪留住之后是敏智在原地当场阵亡，体系也跟着倒下，这个 double Q 又被艾希辅助给拿到。BYG 的节奏非常快，
抓到人了，我要报仇。
再次站得出来，但这个减稍微有点歪，反而是被恐惧到在这个绝望螺旋。
还有 R
的飞thân走线没有 R 了，那这里没办法追到底16存活下来，再一个天雷又是。 正战空雷的反杀16，毛笔艺术家性格再次发挥。
但毛笔这个 QW 是真的有料哎，打得好准哦。
接下来一键走位扭掉这 Q3， Gemini 其实在附近，而665也在路上再劈的一个 Q3， 这是来自2萨斯他的剑锋，往前开启一个大绝，扭掉了 Q1， 让665是没办法使出虎啸龙吟。 接着花大脚先把 Gemini 给踹走，但后续再一个冥府衔接搭配是破心者 ，W 把 Gemini 给推到塔下，来自塔口的超过链路再飞了回去。上演的 Battle DCG 要获得胜利吗？在这里一剑还有机会可以再砍，就在空中把665给砍死，而且还有机会再做。不过这是一剑 Double Kill！ 哇天啊！
Woo!
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle.
The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder. Go Smolder.
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it.
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball, and at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, Achoo is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights, especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stats. Without much Dragon Practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的自动图法，阿哲第一球倒地，对，热射上到，而且后期攻这一波，先把对方推回来，对，热射大爆。
They're just going to hit the bear.
Oh, they see Gory bot. Gory's going to have to teleport up here. Does get the tower first of all, but this is getting absolutely annihilated. Smite fight! Gemini once again will be winning that one, and a big knockout coming out of Sword Art as Res goes unstoppable. Pretender's going to go down. Corey find the perfect angle. Kaiwing getting very, very low as Res does use that all out, but it's going to be at least one kill found here for Jiang as Eminem going to get rooted up. Caster very, very low. Jiang not going to be able to find the kill just yet, and he won't be able to find it at all as Gory gets the pentakill.
And Gory started that fight out with finding Pretender off on the side.
有人上半部打着血很残，纳尔现在完成单杀，手上给到一剑。W 先交是个兵，对，打到应该是叠3层3环，他好像是小形态就把人家杀了，没错。拉扯，走位，原地跳，对他就是靠普攻跳跟 Q 打满3层哦。哎，我靠，哇！看一下又要胜败来点吗？那胜败点，胜败就要出事了，直接被锁头。爆海大绝下来，先敲，又敲到2个，胜败在正中央。有一个护盾的保护，这边卷，把3个人给卷了回来。ICU 在后排，把人给直接切走了。16一键逃跑 ，Driver 这时候开了拼死一搏，一个人在打3个，但是他知道打不太过地狱族，这波打回来了。这边一头直接撞掉，血量也算好了。
这里感觉还可以再撞一下。
哇，这里一个握感伤害非常高，又直接被打退了。还要再骑一次车，
还可以。
哎，没有啊，是法洛斯开车的。哎，又是一个天雷16，这不考虑去隔壁打另外一款吗？好准！神长是没有大绝的，但是这里在这个窄口决定撤退，走得掉吗？有一个深渊魔眼，在一个大绝，这里最后联手绑到之后画了一个星月无双。绝望螺旋的伤害，这里拉瓦交闪，还把优胜给直接震飞了，
拉得开哦。
那这里是一波的包夹，这里 W 闪留住之后是敏智在原地当场阵亡，奇迹也跟着倒下，这个 double Q 又被艾希辅助给拿到 ，BYG 的节奏非常快，
抓到人了，我要报仇。
再次站得出来，但这个减稍微有点歪，反而是被恐惧到，但是绝望螺旋，
还有 R
的飞身走线没有 R 了，那这里没办法追到底，16存活下来，再一个天雷又是。正战空雷的反杀16，毛笔艺术家性格再次发挥。
但毛笔这个 QW 是真的有料哎，打得好准哦。
接下来一剑走位扭掉这 Q3， Gemini 其实在附近，而665也在路上，再 P 的一个 Q3， 这是来自2萨斯他的剑锋，往前开启一个大绝，扭掉了 Q1， 让665是没办法使出虎啸龙吟。接着花大脚先把 Gemini 给踹走，但后续再一个冥府斜链搭配是破心者 ，W 把 Gemini 给推到塔下，来自塔口的超过链路再飞了回去。上野的 Battle DCG 要获得胜利吗？但这里一剑还有机会可以再砍，就在空中把665给砍死，而且还有机会再做。不过这是一剑 Double Kill， 哇天啊！
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good.
Welcome back, everybody, to our last games of the weekend. And what an exciting bunch of games we got tonight. DCG versus J-Team to decide who will most likely be in that upper seed going through to the playoffs bracket. And then, of course, there's no meaning behind the standings for the second game of the night, but it should be an absolute thriller almost because of that. It's West Point's Halpigs.
Yeah.
And West Point, they're going to want to get their first win on the board. They're going to not want to end the season without a win.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see Rengar
I'm
left open.
hoping to see Rengar too. That is really what I'm awaiting. And obviously, we're at the back end of the season, the regular season anyway. And there should be some excitement in the air. I mean, DCG versus J-Team last time we saw those
such
teams.
a banger.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Game 2, probably the highlight of the split thus far.
Yep.
We saw LeBlanc versus Akali in the mid lane, and then we saw Lee Sin jungling, Yone versus Aatrox top. It was just excitement everywhere, really.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we'll see what... This is a different J-Team roster, right? But we'll see what they can do as we've got yesterday's games on screen. And kind of surprising to see two 2-0s. When we felt like these teams were also evenly matched going into this group stage. CFO looked dominant. PSG looked at least as dominant, if not even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Frank and Beyond off to a rough start. Frank does have quite a buffer between the bottom two teams of PSG and Beyond, so if they can pick up some wins, they should probably still be getting into the top 2 with a bye just because of how good their early season went, as you can see on screen now. But they're down to just a 1-game buffer between them and PSG are looking very good.
Yeah, so Frank and PSG obviously both still have to go up against CFO, who do seem like our best team at the moment. But importantly, Frank, they pretty much have to win the remainder of their 2 games to ensure that they do get through, which means they do have their fate in their hands. But they also, again, they have to go up against CFO, which is scary because BYG's already faced CFO. So now they've only got Frank and PSG, which we know is doable. Is it likely? Maybe not that likely for them to beat both. They didn't win against either of them last round robin.
Yeah.
And so I'm not feeling too optimistic about them. But also PSG now, if they somehow beat CFO, then they are within a very, very good chance to be able to take over Frank and make it to that top 2 to get that playoff bye.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of work ahead of PSG. Just they've made it a bit hard for themselves with the tail end of the split. They lost that game to DCG, especially getting 2-0'd by CFO. But I mean, it's still really anyone can. It's just about who's going to win their games. Whoever
it seems
wins
like
their games is going to
CFO
make
is
it.
sure to make it.
Yeah.
But it's now kind of a fight over who's going to try and reach that second place, which, I mean, it's just as important as first. Obviously, first is better. You get the better seeding.
Yeah.
But second still gives you a bye through to the second stage of our playoffs, meaning you will skip all the LCO games and all the LJL games, which, while you do think the PCS is perhaps the stronger region, it is a bit uncertain because you don't really know a whole lot about the other region's teams going in, especially compared to that of your own.
Yeah, you get to save yourself a lot of prep time and headaches and you know, time to just watch your opponents. So definitely going to be looking for the bye, but it's not the end of the world if you don't get it.
No, absolutely not.
Today's games, it is DCG J-Team up first.
It is, yeah.
And we'll see what the new J-Team roster is going to look like.
Yeah, they did win last time they faced up against each other, but they did have Wako and Sokol. So I think upgrade in the jungle. I think ultimately I don't think there's much of a sort of argument against it. I think Lalva is just better than Sokol, but Sokol is their manager, so
yeah, I don't think he'll mind you saying that.
Yeah, he did a absolutely fine job considering managing to get them actually a series win against DCG.
Yeah, chuck him on the Sejuani.
For sure, but I don't think Chi-Chi's quite the player of Wako, so I do worry about the bot lane a little bit.
Chi-Chi in the 1v1s, though.
Yeah, he is always in the 1v1s. He's 2-0, Vayne and Draven being what he's played thus far. It'll be Taco up against him, and he's played a lot of 1v1s too, but he's 2-2.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing Taco go for the Tahm Kench.
No, not knowing what Chi-Chi likes to play, which is just 80 carries by the looks of it. And he's an 80 carry player, so it does make a bit of sense in that regard. Heimerdinger going to be banned by Taco, not wanting to go up against that. Caitlyn, will he ban the Vayne? Will he ban the Draven? Seems like the most obvious. Pantheon even. Okay, so pretty much Chi-Chi has his pick of the litter. It's just going to be Vayne versus Rumble. Now, Rumble actually might be okay into Vayne. If you're able to land one of those harpoons and get onto her, you will just melt that 80 carry down. Obviously quite squishy.
Yeah, I would think the Vayne wins this, but
I would too.
I've underestimated Rumble in the past and seen him do some egregious things. This is a slightly nerfed Rumble, but this champion is ridiculous.
Well, Chi-Chi knows where Taco is. I do think Vayne should win, but I think there's not so clear-cut. Again, if Rumble does land a harpoon and gets onto this Vayne, although she has Flash and Ghost, making it even harder than...
Yeah, he'll look to immediately go on her.
Yeah, it does have bone plating. It's going to be procced, and oh my god, she is getting burnt to a crisp. does go down.
Right, yeah,
And
okay.
that is what I'm saying. If Rumble can't get to you, you're not going to be having such a good time. But when Rumble does get to you, you get one shot.
Yeah, Chi-Chi lost both sums as well. Yeah, and this Rumble champion never really fails to amaze me. Just killing Vayne from 100 to 0. I guess we've seen him kill Udyr from 100 to 0, so Vayne shouldn't be too surprising.
I don't think Chi-Chi put a point in Condemn.
No, he did. He condemned him.
Oh,
I think
did
he
condemn
tried
him?
to condemn him into the tower, but he didn't.
Oh, he did right at the start, right?
Yeah,
But he didn't. Yeah, that's
he didn't
right.
take a tower shot, and then it ends up with a rumble between you and your tower, and you're getting
Overheated.
punched.
All right, Hextech Alternator already. I mean, this seems like it should just be over now.
Yeah. Yeah,
Chi-Chi
it's going to be
definitely is
really
not going
hard.
to want to fight until he has his sums back up, that's for sure.
Yeah, at least his ultimate.
Yeah, but even then.
Yeah, Taco's probably getting his ult up first.
Oh my.
Okay.
Okay, Condemn
Okay.
comes out. Silver Bolts will be procced.
All right. Chi-Chi's still confident. Getting good trades in.
Oh. Minion Wave is too big right now for Taco to
Yeah, he's
realistically
gonna
fight.
Yeah, he'll have to wait for the, wave to bounce back, and then, I mean, he can only interact with Vayne really with all-ins, right? Get an
Yeah.
overheat. And he might even have to just wait for his flash to come back up. There's the
Oh,
ult.
gonna use the Equalizer. Lands one harpoon, got the Ignite, but not gonna be able to follow up on it.
Yeah, I think he might have accidentally overheated without pushing his Q. But, I mean, he's still going to be happy with that trade. Chi-Chi does hold on to his ultimate, but it'd be pretty hard to get a kill.
Yeah, I don't think Vayne's killing Rumble for a while. You desperately need magic resist. I mean, what do you go? Do you just go for Hex Drinker? I mean, Wit's End, but I don't think Wit's End is so good.
Yeah, Wit's End scaling with levels as well means he almost dies to the Comet.
Flash nearly up for Taco.
Yeah.
Can he get himself get another plate?
Yeah,
Get
Chi-Chi
himself
makes
in
sure
hell.
he gets the cannon and then recalls. I wonder if it's faster to just walk back at that point.
Yeah, you are almost there. Is Taco gonna get himself yet another plate? So Hex Drinker is picked up. Probably just gonna have to go for that full-on more, but then you're lacking in attack speed.
Yeah, it might just be a full item for Taco as well. No, it does get his Sork Shoes.
Oh my. Haunting guys.
Does that build into anything? That
No, those
alternator
are just two
haunting guys?
different
Just two good
parts.
components.
Yeah.
So no full item complete on Taco yet. So not a massive spike.
I mean, you're feeling pretty good
Yeah.
on these items anyway.
Yeah, Sork Shoes feel really good on Rumble as well.
I like how the cannons make the same sound and animation as a plate in this game.
Oh, I
you
didn't
not
notice
notice
that. No, I haven't. 2 levels up on Taco. There's level 8 for Chi-Chi though.
I wish we could do this. These 1v1s.
Yeah, an option in the custom, like
Yeah.
create a custom.
Maybe if we ever end up in Taiwan again, we can ask for a caster one where we take on the Taiwanese casters.
Maybe it's just an option on the tournament realm.
Maybe, but no other region does it. Only the PCS and the VCS, and that's only since the split. It might be though. Doubt it.
It does make the plate sound. I mean, I don't hate Vayne's chances if this does go into sudden death. I don't love them either, but
No.
I mean, maybe he can get some crazy condemn out of into the fire.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that once before from Chi-Chi. But you're seeing especially with this Hex Drinker picked up, Chi-Chi now is a little bit more resilient. Still though, it is Taco constantly pushing him in.
Yeah.
And just holding himself a solid gold advantage with all the tower plates and the CS that he's accrued.
Yeah, and I don't think Taco's really under any pressure to go for a kill or take any massive risks. He is just going to get to his items so much
What's he going to
earlier.
go for? Okay, Protobout.
End it now, or the Nexus will do it for you.
Okay.
End
So
it now, or the Nexus will do it for you.
Yeah,
Isn't
we're-
that from Nexus Blitz? I'm pretty sure. When
yeah,
the Nexus,
probably.
The Nexi. Is that how? What's the plural for Nexus? Nexuses?
Nexuses doesn't sound right.
No, it's Nexuses. Or Nexi.
Nexes.
Derailing. All right, I want some action. I'm over it. All the action happened in the first minute.
Yeah, we're gonna get the circle closing in soon, and
That's been a trend recently. At the start, we never really saw it. Admittedly, the very first one we did, and that was one of the 1v1s of all time.
Yeah, I think everyone learned a valuable lesson off of Gory's sacrifice there.
Yeah, I got to cast that one for my long time and personal friend Shock. We didn't really know going in like what the 1v1s would look like, but we certainly never expected someone to
Yeah.
recall into the fire and die.
Yeah. So it is just going to come down to
Yeah,
an
more
honest
is completed.
1v1. Just a bit of a stat check, which is why I don't hate Vane's
Taco's
chances.
just sitting in the bush.
Yeah, CS doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he should have tried to clear this wave just so he can land his E.
Okay. I mean, I kind of like that. Wait for the circle to close. Condemn comes out. Taco's back.
GG.
More proc. Oh, this is a rumble.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot he was Rumble. I mean, it
Yeah.
seems like taking any champ from 100 to 0, nothing seems to do it faster than Rumble.
Yeah. I mean, I like how he played that last little bit, by the way. Of course, side selection for DCG, they chose red side. But just, I mean, Rumble, Taco just waited for the circle to close in. It got so low, popped down the equalizer, and then...
Yeah, where was Chi-Chi going to go at that
we
point?
sort of ran out of options, and eventually the circle got so
Chi-Chi got
close.
a little creative flash.
Yeah, look for the condemn.
Flash
If he
condemn.
found a stun with that condemn, maybe.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe a little too creative if he stunned him rather than just trying to push him
yeah,
into the
if
fire.
he could have looked to try and actually battle and try and keep the range difference. Now we have a roster swap once again for J-Team. It's going to be Inso in as the support instead of Yersan.
Yeah. I mean, I think
I
it
mean,
was...
I never expected that, but
Yeah, I think it was Lakai complaining in the
yeah,
last interview.
his
that-
last interview that he keeps having new teammates. Hey,
Yeah.
pal, you got
There
another
you
one.
go.
Because he came in at the same time as Yersan, right? I think Lakai and Yersan were the first subs. And so he played with Yersan the whole time.
Yeah.
And Minji.
Yeah, so imagine
And
how
now
Minji's feeling.
Yersan's out. And
Yeah.
Inso's back in, who did play the first week alongside Hanabi, Wako, and Kongyue. And then after
Yeah.
that, we had Sokul and Wako. And then after that, we had Chi-Chi come in. And now we've got Inso back.
Yeah.
We're going full circle. Is Kongyue and Wako coming in for playoffs? I mean, we'll see. I mean, honestly, I think Yersan's played relatively well. I have no real complaints
Yeah.
around how he's been doing. And Inso, admittedly, last split was phenomenal in the support role alongside Bruce for J-Team. So we'll see how Chi-Chi and Inso are able to hold up down on the bot side. And of course, you'll see it on your screen now. They will be going against Tide and Orca. And Orca, he is the carry now, is what he told us in his last interview, playing Hui in the support role, but mainly AP carry. It was alongside Tide Senna. Hui being the farming champion in that lot. Criscata playing a couple games as Smolder in the mid lane. Had a pretty hard time up against a Xerath.
Yeah.
Xerath used to counterpick the Hui, and then DCG did some funky nonsense where, oh well, we'll just put Smolder into the mid lane and take Senna Hui as our bot lane. And
Yeah.
so they did. Smolder suffered. Hui did really well. So I don't know who really came out on the top side of that trade.
Yeah, I've loved the DCG draft so far, and I can understand
Sometimes.
them. Yeah, I can understand them going red side, just because they do draft so creatively, and they pick 2 or 3 flex picks in any draft, even if we don't realize they're a flex pick at the time.
No, they have been the best team at utilizing red side. And not just because, oh, look, we can get a counter pick for our top lane. It's not that at all. Usually they just blind pick their top lane, the majority of the time at least. And then they do some absolutely wonky stuff that we never ever see where it's like, okay, this is definitely going mid. Nico, the prime example. No, it went support and we've picked Zeref to counter Hui. And then, I mean, it was phenomenal that game. Now, admittedly, sometimes we do have incidents where we've got 5th pick and we've locked in Mordekaiser and Mordekaiser's died 3 times in lane.
Yeah.
665, 5 steals between Dragon and Barons. First in the league, doing very, very well for himself. I imagine Gemini probably up there in the 2nd spot. He's had a pretty good run for steals as well.
Yeah, a lot of games on Rel as well. Very good at stealing objectives.
So a lot of time around mid does 665 in comparison to the rest of the jungle pool, sitting there up in first. And it does make a lot of sense. Criscata oftentimes is the person that you trust the most to get this team across the line. He's played 14 unique champions and he's looked great on almost all of them.
Yeah, and they really prioritize getting Criscata a good matchup in the mid lane. Yeah, they are just willing to sacrifice comp sometimes just to get Criscata a good matchup.
Yeah.
And he plays well with it.
He does. That Kaiser game, I will never leave my mind, where he just dropped an absolute nuke.
Yeah.
13 and 2 or something ridiculous up against the AD LeBlanc in mid lane. It was a really good showing out of Criscata. Now into draft, of course, J-Team on the blue side, DCG on the red side. LeBlanc going to be that first ban. Criscata played it actually last time these two teams faced and lost on it.
Yeah. It was the AD LeBlanc. I don't think we'll see much more AD LeBlanc. I think it's going to be AP LeBlanc for the most part.
Ash going to be the second ban. Makes a lot of sense if you don't want to pick it yourself.
Yeah.
You do not want the other team to pick it themselves.
Yeah,
either.
J-Team refused to play Ash, so I don't hate the ban.
They do have a different support though.
Yeah, it does force out a Kalista ban anyway.
Well, oftentimes J-Team just ban both. We'll see if they do it again. They do.
Okay. Could be a Maokai first pick here. We do see
Smolder.
We do see some Cassante.
Okay. Minji going to be on that Karma again, almost certainly. Theoretically, Enso could play it, but we've seen Minji play it a couple times and he's looked really good. Don't see a reason to change it up. Smolder almost certainly locked in here. Has been going mid. Both times it's been picked already from DCG. We'll see if it does the same this game. Although you can be sure that you don't have any idea where either of these champions are going, by the way. Same draft thus far. But this Hui did end up in the support role. Although I think J-Team, knowing what happened last time, could just ban center when it comes to the second phase of draft, and then you know where both of these champs have to go pretty much. Yeah. Theoretically, Hui could be actually true support.
Yeah, we have seen that occasionally.
Yeah, but gets really low on gold, of course, and then when a Hui doesn't have a lot of gold, won't be offering all that much damage. Has a bunch of utility, for sure.
Yeah, but it's not the most impactful utility.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate slow is massive, and then the zone control from your EW is quite nice.
Yeah.
Zeri, okay. So Zeri receiving some buffs. We haven't seen it yet. Chi-Chi looking like he'll be the one to show us the first showing post-buff of Zeri.
Yeah. So we haven't seen it in the PCS yet, but I have seen it in a bunch of LCK
I think Vi
games.
is really good, by the way. Vi always has been a Zeri counter.
Yeah.
Okay, well, DCG loved their Lee Sin, and 665's looked really good at it, but I do think Vi might have made a bit more sense in the current draft.
Yeah, Lee Sin feels like a risky pick. Yeah, I guess he just prefers the Lee Sin matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, strong duelists in jungle for both sides. We'll have to see what champ's going where for DCG. I would say mid prior to Karma, almost certainly, but honestly, I think if Hui goes mid, oftentimes does just have shove because you can almost immediately clear out a wave.
I do not want to see the Smolder into Karma.
No, me neither.
That sounds atrocious.
Man, we get an IP in game number 1 here.
Criscata has been pretty solid on the Hui as well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's actually the first player to pull it out and had a really good showing for himself.
Was it in week 1?
It was week 1 against Hell
week.
Pigs, I believe.
Just wasted no time. I'm not sure who they were against. I do remember he just played it first week.
Yeah, no, and it looked really good. Okay. So Rumble Band against Taco, seeing what he can do to a Vayne in the 1v1. Don't want to get it in the top lane.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm surprised by the Rakan ban from DCG.
Yuumi, okay. Obviously, Zeri Yuumi has always been a lane combo. Haven't seen a lot of Yuumi.
Yeah.
Lulu still sticks out to me as one of those Zeri pairings that can exist.
Yeah, Lulu, Renata should be fine. Milio even.
I don't think you want Renata. Renata has a really tough time trying to keep up with the Zeri. But we'll see. Cassante going to take away that blind top option. Obviously, Nah still remains open, so you don't feel like it's that strong of a blind pick. But Cassante just finds its way into every single draft, almost no matter what.
I feel like DCG can just pick the Aatrox blind, but I mean, why blind pick your top, I guess?
Yeah, center, okay. Oh. That's probably the center. Yeah, okay, so this means probably it's Hui bottom and Orca playing it.
That I would still want to see the Smolder bot, honestly. Smolder center doesn't sound that great, but I mean, Zeri's not going to be applying a massive amount of pressure in lane. You kind of got a free lane for your Smolder to scale if you take him bot with the Senna.
Yeah, that's true. I will see, though. I mean, Hui has a fine time into Karma.
The Smolder can still be flex top.
True, true. They lock in Urgot or Alawi. Fantastic game for Smolder Top. Oh, I don't think it's a very good game for Smolder Top.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted DCG to take the Aatrox because we haven't really seen any impactful counters. Though, I mean, was it Taco on the Akali who destroyed an Aatrox? So maybe we'll see Akali out of him
It was Taco versus Rallia in one of the first games of the split, and he solo killed once, nearly twice. Looking like it might be the Yone, though. Another champion which people like picking into the Aatrox.
Yeah, and we saw Gory on Yone yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, completely destroying
BYG.
Beyond, yeah.
Yeah, 2 games of Yone he played, and 2 games did he pop off, but it does help when your AD carry gets a pentakill, of course.
Yeah.
Talking about pentakills, we have the pentakill machine of League of Legends, and Zeri locked in, first time of the split. Has quite a lot of support around him in that Bard alongside the Karma.
Yeah, without, you know, with the Karma mid, you maybe just don't feel like you need a Lulu or an Enchanter in the bot lane. And Bard has looked very good. In the last few games we've seen it.
Yeah, Sword Art having such an amazing performance on it yesterday.
Yeah.
Game number 2 especially. I mean, just Cosmic Binding after Cosmic Binding. Fantastic Tempered Fates.
Yeah.
And Orca was actually the other one that had a really nice Bard game. Really saving DCG a lot of times through
it was his magical journey.
Yeah, his magical journeys and his ability to stay around his team and speed them up even with his hot cocoa. But Orca, he told us in his interview it was on Friday it was, that he is the carry, and so they're not going to lose again. And now he is a carry.
Yeah, I mean,
so
he's really committed to that.
It's up to him to prove what he said to be true, as they are looking to take on J-Team here. Winner, of course, will secure themselves almost certainly into that first seed of the lower bracket, so the 5th seed overall. Heading into the PCS playoffs. They will be going up against the LCO and the LJL. Of course, get better seeding means you get the worst team coming through from those regions, which always does feel a whole lot better.
Yeah. I am worried about Kriskata in the mid lane this game.
Yeah.
We'll see how... to be fair, I haven't seen the matchup, but in my mind, Karma gives the Smolder a very hard time. At least until Smolder can get his 25 stacks and 3 points in W. And then it's probably okay. You can maybe just match wave clear. Try dodge out of the poke.
Sure. Now Jungler's starting on the same side of the rift. Blue start for Lalva, and Raptors looking like it will be for 665. We'll see what this means as the lanes progress. We've got a lot of health down there for Chi Chi to claim.
Yeah, W start. Bard.
Maybe we're seeing why. Oh, Tide will miss that Q. We are seeing why.
Yeah, Zeri not the strongest laner, but big chunk onto Tide.
Yeah,
it is a Senna.
Does have the Doran's Blade, and alongside that will, of course, have healing up on his Q, fleet footwork, even has Bickies. Connects on the route. Wow, that's really annoying. That's all the hot cocoa's gobbled up already.
It's got another one brewing at least. Wave is in an okay spot for J-Team, especially if they can thin it out a bit. DCG don't feel comfortable going for any harass here. Both junglers look like they just passed path straight to bot.
Yeah, I think probably similar things on their mind. Lalva wanting to find an angle to gank the lane, and 665 probably wanting to protect it. Scout is doing okay in this mid lane thus far. Actually going to be up CS, assuming he gets these two.
Yeah,
Won't get
Minji's
both.
used both as pots already. Top lane, I mean, Taco's up some CS when we don't usually see this matchup. Was lethal tempo nerfed this patch, or I think it's 14.4? The lethal tempo is going to get nerfed for melee champions, and we might see a lot less Yone, honestly. It's almost halved in the early game. Yone, Yasuo, champs that get a lot of their early game laning strength from lethal tempo.
That's right, I don't play any of those champs.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah,
Oh, I guess I play Tryndamere.
yeah, Tryndamere is going to suffer.
Oh, but
Probably 2 autos away from the kill there. Minji doesn't risk taking a tower shot. Oh, so it's probably going to mean Luava can pick up these Raptors, decides not to. I
Yeah,
guess
Minji does
Kriskata
want
is
him
TPing back, yeah.
I think it's a tempo thing. If he stays, he's going to lose out on minions, and even if you get the Raptors, it's probably not worth losing out on a minion wave.
Yeah. Back looks a lot better for Minji as well. Don't love these items on Smolder.
Yeah, got a bit of cooldown. The glowing moat.
Yeah. Always feels terrible to buy that item.
It does. I guess it on Smolder, not as terrible.
Yeah.
Because every little bit of ability haste does count. Oh, misses the chain. And Taco maybe making the most of his counter pick.
Oh, wow.
My God. Flash forward, auto attack will secure the first blood. 2 days in a row now have we seen Lakai be taken out in the 1v1 up and top lane.
Yeah, Lakai loses his flash as well.
Yeah, tried to flash that E damage.
Yeah, and still Taco, kind of the only player we've seen successfully punish these Aatrox picks.
Yeah. Seems pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Lalva, though, despite his top laner going down, is going to take this time to secure himself 1, maybe even 2 of these Void Grubs. 665, though, is in the area. Taco, having not recalled, though, means that this is going to be a very difficult fight. But Smite advantage means he will pick up 1. So it's 2 Void Grubs to just the 1 for DCG. But the solo kill, of course, being the most important thing.
So Taco just gets his Q3 up, and I think Lakai just whiffs his W here, which makes a big difference in this fight, I think. And just hold on to his flash maybe too long, doesn't recognize that he's in trouble there. Well played by Taco.
Yeah, it truly was probably just 1 auto difference between living and not living. But Taco finds the auto, finds himself an extra 400 gold for his troubles.
Yeah, big Yone. Pretty difficult to deal with if you're J-Team.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of lockdown.
Yeah, and there's just not much burst either. Yeah, he's going to have free reign if he gets very far ahead this game.
Oh, okay. E will miss from Orca, so was dodged away. And honestly, when you are using that E from Zeri, it is actually a substantial amount of mana.
Yeah, it's a very long cooldown too.
Do you think he'll go Navori or IE? Because I've seen arguments that Navori is only good to get your E cooldown, which you don't really care about that much if you're playing right. And IE just does way more damage.
On Zeri?
Yeah.
I doubt he'll go for either first item.
Not first item. Of course not first item.
I think I'm an IE fan.
Yeah, I think IE does a lot more damage, but you do have to play a little bit safer. A lot of damage coming down. Enso isn't going to go down, but DCG are going to have to flash away as Orc is going to lose that, summon a spell. Enso and the rest of J-Team will retain theirs.
Yeah, got to be happy with that as J-Team. Nice bait for Enso. Does lose his exhaust, but gets a flash in exchange. The Zeri build used to be Navori with Runans.
Yeah.
Which
And then even before that, it used to be Titanic Hydra.
Oh yeah,
and
that was
Runans.
my favorite.
And Black Cleaver.
The extremely unskilled tank Zeri build.
Oh, we have seen one other Zeri this split, by the way. It was an experimental Hexblade. I think it was Eminem. We did see one Zeri.
Yeah, the item does make sense on Zeri. You're doing most of your work when you push ult.
Yeah, you do almost... Yeah, the Zeri really isn't a champ outside of ult.
Yeah.
Kind of feels similar to Aatrox. In terms of team fighting, at least.
Yeah. I mean, we did also see like the W-centric Zeri builds.
Oh, yeah. The ones where it used to do, like, Lux ult levels of damage. Oh, flash forward. Cruscati's going to flash away from that Mantra Q. Through will come Mami, stayed within. That Xin Zhao ult Dragon Kick will come through, and 665 going to claim himself a kill on the opposing team's jungler.
Yeah, and we're
And
seeing
665 has started 1-0.
Yeah, that's a problem. We're seeing him play around Cruscata as the stats suggested he might. A really nice turnaround from Cruscata. I didn't think they would have the damage to kill a Jhin there, especially if you look at Smolder's items. Not building a lot of damage.
Yeah,
It's very high base damage.
got a lot of cooldown reduction.
So he gets flashed on, and this just looked like a good play by J-Team. They get a flash, and it looks like it's for nothing, but Luava's kind of just stuck here without his flash, and Bard is not there, not able to do anything in time.
But still, Minji doing fine for himself, at least in this mid lane, of course. Cruscata keeping up a little bit more than I perhaps expected. Taco facing off against Lakai yet again. He's going to have to use that Fate Seal, but can he find the angle without it getting blocked? He won't be able to, but he's got that Q3.
Wow.
So ult for ult trade, of course. I think Taco would have taken that fight if not for the Xin Zhao
Yeah, definitely.
strolling up the river.
Yeah, well played by Taco to just get out there. It's just a trade of ults at the end of the day. J-Team trying to get a kill off on Taco just before his flash comes up, but he plays it well and gets out. Gonna pick up the Void Grubs for themselves.
Yeah, so are they going to be able to get all three of these? Because that would give them those Void Mites. Red buff is currently what 665 is heading. He should be kind of privy to the idea that these are going down. In fact, he's going to just blast on over into that pit. No smite available for Lalva, so Void Mites denied. And 65 probably can be just happy to leave this pit if he wants to. Gonna get knocked up, actually. Maybe staying a little bit too long. Dragon's Rage coming out. Also, center ult and Ward Jump will eventually get him to his safety. But a little bit more use than perhaps you'd wanted to, just for that pink ward.
Yeah, sucks to use center ult. A very long cooldown there. Looks
Yeah,
like
in the
Chi-Chi
meantime,
ulted,
Yeah, use that lightning crash. Not a whole lot of damage came down, and I mean, you have gained not really anything, honestly. You lost Enso's flash even, and Ghost for Chi-Chi.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get a replay of what happened in the bot fight. As, I don't know if you noticed, but 665 is 2 levels up on that while he was doing those Void Grubs.
Yeah, and he has his Sundered Sky already. Obviously the kill helping out, but yeah, just camp lead in general.
Ooh, nice trade from Tide. Lands a snare and the 2-man Q.
Okay.
So the gold lead is almost 2K.
Yeah, from 2 kills and also a dragon. Obviously, next dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes, but it's the same time as will be the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think it's the side lanes picking up plates as well.
Oh. Sonic Wave not going to connect. So, I mean, what are you thinking? You're impressed with Taco's Yone here in this one?
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, I was questioning whether they should have just first picked the Aatrox, just because we haven't seen it really successfully countered that often. But last time we saw it, it was Taco, and he's got a different pick that he's able to counter with this time, and he first bloods Lakai.
He does.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
impressive.
remember, by the way, but this was the exact matchup last time these two teams met, except opposing players having
Right.
the champion. As in, Taco had the Aatrox, whereas Lakai had the Yone, and Taco also the best in that game. I can't remember how the lane went, per se, but they definitely won the game eventually. And that's not to say J-Team can't win this game, of course. 2K, not an insurmountable
Oh, that
gold
was the
lead.
game too. That was
Yeah, that
game
was
two,
that
right?
was the
Yeah.
banger of a game. Did I suggest not a whole lot revolved around the top lane? It was largely the fact one team had LeBlanc, Lee Sin, the other team had like I think they had a
Akali something.
Maokai and then Akali was their mid laner. It was just, I don't know, it was
Yeah.
mental.
I think that was one of the Maokai support games.
Yeah, it
Orca
was.
played a lot of that for a while.
But now he's a carry.
Yeah. He has his Luden's companion already finished.
Oh, Tempered Fate going to land onto Tide here. Cosmic Binding should be a sure thing. Is going to be, but Tide gets the flash off before it connects on the wall to create a little bit of distance. Ol will come out, but not before he is just going to get absolutely annihilated. On the top side, though, it is going to be traded back as Taco, alongside 6-5, managed to find a kill up onto Lakai. So not all for naught, but it's certainly a good find on the bottom side here for J-Team.
Yeah, I think that definitely favors DCG, though. Look how many plates they're taking in mid and top, and it's just a kill onto your Karma on the support. Still well played dive. Lakai loses his flash, goes down again. Yeah, it doesn't hurt how ahead Taco already was in that lane, makes that dive a lot easier.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer, 40 CS, an entire tower. I think Taco's in a position to just take over this game in its entirety. Orca
Yeah.
teleporting in to
Lakai
this
does have TP
dragon.
here.
Taco does not have TP. Lakai does, but no ult on the Aatrox makes it feel a little bit, sad to be teleporting in. He's going to do so anyway. 6-5 going to claim that smite. Chris Carter coming down with his mother. And now Taco trying to come in from the backside. He's still a little bit far away. Resonating Strike can be activated, and 6-5 is going to be absolutely annihilated. Lightning Crash coming out as Chi-Chi continues on forward. Tide the next target. They're not going to find him as Smolder finds a kill there onto Lava, and Taco is on the back. He's coming in through the mid lane. Fate Sealed not quite available here for this Yone, but it's very near to being so. Going to go forward. Chi-Chi's going to flash, but he's also going to find the way out some way, somehow. The fights are 1-for-1. But it is Dragon taken for DCG.
Yeah, Lava goes for a steal there through the magical journey, doesn't quite get it, and then 6-6-5. Somehow I knew he was going to take that Lee Sin Q into 4 people. Goes down for it, and Taco's not able to pick up Chi-Chi at the end there. Does get Chi-Chi's flash, though.
And Chi-Chi's tower.
Yeah, and it does suck to have your flash down. I think Zeri just almost has to solo carry this game at this point. It's going to be very hard for J-Team.
Hard for J-Team it will be. We're looking at Taco now. If we can find this, this will be a massive pick. Taco, he's going to have to try and fight this 1v3 somehow. Dodges out of the Cosmic Binding, but with Xin Zhao now in melee range, you are just going to be going down.
I mean, Minji looked really good last time he played the Karma, and I mean, he just flashes onto Taco and removes about half of his HP with the Mantra Q, and then roots him as they're going to engage onto Lava, maybe.
Yeah, Lava going to be fine. Dragon's Rage coming out. He's going to get that ultimate off, and through the Magic Journey he will go, and once again
Senna
we
ult.
have an escape.
Senna ult, maybe. Tide doesn't look like he's going to go for it.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to commit the cooldown with Rift Shield being up. Lava, probably too low to fight this. Minji, though, if he can find some impactful poke, maybe there's a way. Doesn't look like there will be.
Yeah, jungler is just too chunked out, I think. Taco does have teleport up now, so he will be able to show up to this Rift Herald, and though DCG don't get the kill, they'll be happy to get the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, though, Lakai, up to his antics of last series, where he just sat in the side lane while all of that was going on, and he's got his item now. I
Yeah,
don't
Taco's
think.
almost got IE.
Yeah, he's almost a full item down. I don't think we're gonna see him do much in the 1v1, but he can definitely have impact on fights now. So many squishy targets on the side of DCG. So there's not a lot of setup for him. Kind of has to do it all on his own. We've seen Aatrox succeed when he's got things like Rel and Maokai on his team. Because just even a short lockdown, if he's landing the sweet spots on his Qs, with this build especially, he's just going to be one-shotting. Things like Hui and Senna, Smolder.
Lakai going to be able to get himself this tower almost certainly. 65 might be caught out in the jungle. He's going to get Magic Q. It's going to take out a massive chunk of his health bar. Even another one going to be landing here as 65 going to limp away just barely, but Face Seal connects onto 3 on the backline. Minji is going to stay alive. Lava with uses of that Xin Zhao ult, finding once again immense value. Mum coming down, won't catch Lava on the backside. These fights are so close.
Yeah.
Massive ult from Taco, but nothing to follow up on it.
Yeah, it looked like the game was just over off of that Yon ult, honestly, but somehow J-Team again get away with slivers of HP. They've dropped the Rift Herald though, and probably going to pick up 2 towers for themselves.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I always forget about that.
Tempered Fate going to be used. We saw Maple as well do a similar thing with the Azir. He just chucked out that Emperor's Divide. Stopped the Rift Herald in its tracks.
So Chi-Chi did go for Static Shiv, and by the look of it, gonna
Navori.
be Navori next. So I think Cascada is stacking really well this game. He already had his 115 stacks,
125.
125 stacks at about 15 minutes. I think it might have even been 14 minutes. So he's going to be very close. Yeah, he's on 207 now.
Oh my. That is
Yeah.
exceedingly quick.
Yeah, so he's done fine into the Karma, up 30 CS now.
IE completed for Taco. Very, very scary. Opportunity as well, and 2 items here on Cascada's Smolder being the Essence Reaver as well as the Spirit. Shojin, 65 going to be found once again. He's going to return it though. Resonating Strike onto Lava. Smite going to be used. Looking for this jungler. Dragon's Arp kick is going to be fantastic. Yonol's going to be even better, but Lava's going to survive as the Kai does use that World Ender, and a massive Magic Q connects onto Tides. Senna, Chi-Chi in the back line. They're going to find 2 almost immediately. Orca, Taco, Cascada trying to defend what's left of their team. Magical Journey not quite good enough to find these members of DCG, but Cascada is certainly hitting very hard. But it should be this Dragon given over to J-Team after a bit of a catastrophic start to the fight.
I mean, again, somehow Lava gets away on a sliver of HP, and J-Team are able to somehow turn it around. I think it was off the back of just 1 Mantra Q from Minji.
Yeah, connects onto Tide and just eliminates him.
I think he hits 2, and I mean, you have to be frustrated if you're DCG. It feels like you're so much stronger at this point in the game. They're not able to pick up this kill on Lava, which looked like a sure thing, but a nice use of his ulti and flashing away from the Own. And there's the Mantra Q that hits 2, and 665 goes down. Nice engage from Chi-Chi there, or follow-up from Chi-Chi. Orca gets chunked by the Zeri W as well, and Dragon somehow goes over to J-Team there. There's still 4k gold down.
Yeah, but they've bought themselves 5 more minutes until this Infernal Soul could perhaps come out.
Yeah, they're giving themselves a chance in this game, but with the Smolder scaling, the Senna scaling, even the Hui scaling, they still have to play very actively, as I think they realized, and have pretty good Baron vision set up.
Yeah, very fast Baron in this game, despite having the Senna. You have the Yone and the Smolder.
Yeah. Yeah, just enough damage on the team that it is going to be a fast Baron.
It's going to be Grom picked up for 665. Are we looking once again onto Lava? We've tried this so many times before, fellas.
Yeah, Smolder's got the execute now.
Yeah, that's a big tipping point.
Yeah.
Can be, at least.
So we've seen Betty from similar spots, maybe even from worse early games than Cascada's had. completely take over once he gets to this point.
Yeah.
Getting the rapid fire cannon will help.
Yeah,
out
the
a lot
difference
as well.
is, right, that Betty went for Essence Reaver into rapid fire.
Yeah.
So he had a lot more safety.
Yeah.
Because Chris Carter will have more damage and more DPS if able to do it. But it's going to be a little harder to actually find. Everything slowing down. I mean, I don't think either of these teams feel confident enough to look at Baron.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you're Smolder Center, you're kind of happy just sitting here and getting these stacks until the next fight.
Yeah, DCG shouldn't feel any rush. They're maybe a bit frustrated that they didn't get that last dragon and put themselves on Soul Point, as they're going to engage onto
Timid
them.
Fate coming through. It's going to be finding its way onto Orca, who gets absolutely annihilated once again. Tide trying to flash away, won't be able to do so as he's taken out. Double kill there for Lalva. Chris Carter teleports in. One more Q would give Lakai his absolute demise. But on the other side, though, Lalva does go down. It's a 2-for-1 as things stands. Lalva is the only one found as Lakai did manage to limp himself away. Mantra Q will miss there for Minji.
So we saw the power of Bard against immobile carries there. They find Orca and Tide with the Bard ulti.
There's only 3 of us. Teleport available for Orca, who is spawning in a mere 5 more seconds. Tide on his way from base, and J-Team, they're wise to what is going on, but that dragon is at half HP, and there's no one here really to do much about it. And will come Minji finally, but this Baron is going to be taken out. Smite will be found. 65 going to secure himself that one. Taco going in, he finds Enso. Back to the result of the last fight. It's going to be a nice whale onto Chi-Chi. He's fast enough to get himself out of the fray, but execute after execute, and the W will connect from Orca. The absolute epitome of a three-pointer as he slays Chi-Chi.
Yeah, I like that from DCG. I think they're realizing how strong they are, and just 3v4, who cares? They hit the Baron and they manage to turn a fight around. They get members there in time, and you're seeing how strong the Smolder is. Only gonna get stronger. Baron picked up for DCG now. And again, it looked like J-Team maybe had a chance in that fight picking off the bot lane of DCG.
Minji.
Just going straight onto Minji.
Not enough of a burn there. Won't be able to find that one.
Level
Very,
15.
very close.
Level 16 now on Cascada.
Now,
So
I wonder if he waited for the level 16 if he would have got the kill.
yeah, maybe. Nice engage by the Bard here. Hits Orca. Tide dodges out of it, but Orca goes down instantly coming out of this. Tide goes down not long after. And Cascada actually had the kill on Lakai here, but he flashes and cancels an auto.
Oh, back to life. Taco, he's in between 4 people. That's not where you want to be, as Minji is going to execute him with that Mantra Q.
Yeah, Minji's still doing plenty of damage.
Absolutely. Taco now, he's up to 3 items, but he's going to be dead for the next 40 seconds, and that's a long time when your team is the one with Baron. Magical Journey coming out. They're looking for Tide. They're looking for someone, but they're not going to find them, and it's going to be 665 who finds Lalva. We've seen this before, though. It never has worked out in the past. Enso's going to limp away with that Blast Cone. Tide, though, he's going to be onto Lalva, who will be able to flash the wall. Senna won't be able to land that ult onto Lalva, trying to find that kill.
This is 4v5, by the way.
This is 4v5. Blue buff going to be secured here as Orca. Not going to be able to land that W, but it's going to be Dragon now looked at from J-Team. They don't have all that many cooldowns. Enso finds a fantastic team of Fate onto 3, and Lakai's going to be here. 2-man knock up, 2-man slain. What a fantastic Bard ult. It's going to be 3 eventually. Dragon will be to follow, and this Baron found nothing. It's going to be all J-Team in the team fight.
Wow, what an incredible Bard ulti. Agreed, but Minji had a ridiculous team fight. He was zoning the carries of DCG the entire fight. Cascada could not hit, as it looked like a disaster fight, right? You're fighting into a fed Smolder and a choke, but Minji zoned him out the entire fight and then ended up finding 2 3-man Qs the entire fight. We're going to see the Baron fight here. This is 3v4, but yeah, Chi-Chi loses half his HP immediately for walking up to Smolder and is still eating the Smolder Qs from so far away. And Orca with a nice snipe onto Chi-Chi. He doesn't quite kill him here, but he lands another snipe to finish him off, and yeah, Baron. So this Bard ult, I mean, Minji, look at their HP bars, already chunked out from Minji. Everyone at about half, and when you land a 3-man Bard ult, yeah, that's always going to be good.
Yeah, Lakai getting 1,250 gold from that singular Q. Well, he's like that. Minji's going to even find Cascada. Just solo kills him off on the side, but as Taco finds one back, he's going to find two. If 665 can land that resonating strike, which he will, so another kill up on the top side, but it's Taco on the bottom side. Triple kill, he's looking for his quadra. It's going to be the ace given over to Orca, and somehow we come back to live, and it's just DCG everywhere after Minji finds a solo kill onto Cascada.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. And Minji stole so much time fighting 665 too. His team just got run over 4v3, I guess. We'll have to see how the fight started. DCG might look to end here, but Bard is up, and he has his ult as well.
Yeah, we'll be able to deny a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's probably just going to be an inhib. I want to see a replay of that fight, because I have no idea what just occurred.
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm confused too. I think maybe after a team fight when J-Team overestimated how strong they were, as they are still about 10k behind.
Okay, let's take a look. I mean, Cascada, he dies solo to Minji.
So Enso's rooted up. Nice ult by Cascada, but yeah, he just gets one tap by Minji.
There it is.
Rest of the fight, Luava, oh, not the magical journey to your death. Oh, no.
Wow.
Yeah. Double-edged sword the Bard pick can be, and yeah, you saw it there. Kind of gets his whole team killed.
Kinda, that was, yeah. 8,100 damage for Taco. And all of that damage pretty much came in the space of about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Just 3-man ult, 3-man Q, 3-man going back on his E.
Yeah.
I mean, can't get a better setup than that.
Yeah.
Importantly, Minji does finish off his Rabadon's death cap, and we do have the Runan's Hurricane now for Chi-Chi. So despite the gold advantage that is certainly in the favor of DCG, these champions of J-Team are getting very, very strong.
Yeah, we'll see what Chi-Chi can get done in these fights, because Minji's having a great time. He's playing these fights very well and chunking out members of DCG constantly.
Guardian Angel for Taco. He's 4 items now. That's not the kind of Yone you want to be fighting up against.
Yeah. And they don't have a lot of peel for Chi-Chi on the Yone. You know, Karma can shield him up, but Minji's playing for, you know, damage on the backline more than anything.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Sonic Wave lands. We've seen 665 take these before.
Yeah. Cascada's, I think he's got his rapid fire cannon now.
Yeah.
We will see in a sec, but you know, he's already doing chunks with his Qs.
And he's working towards a Leandri's next. A little bit worried. Cascada's flap did not get him over that wall, but he was able to get out. You can find a pretty sizable chunk onto Lakai with just one auto and a Q.
Yeah,
Taco,
Banshees.
Blast Cone's going to hit him back into the team here. Through will come Mum, and that's a lot of damage onto these 3 members on the bottom side. Guardian Angel, of course, is available for Taco. Not going to be able to proc it, though, our J-Team, as DCG are going to count their lucky blessings. They kept their Yasuo, or Yone, sorry, alive. He's going to be able to recall. He has his teleport if need be, and Enso, Lalva, very low. It's going to be the Baron started up.
Zoning out and chunking 3 people by himself is going to mean they just hit this Baron. The HP bars on J-Team are low.
Yeah, no ult for Yone, though. Very important cooldown, and Cascada's chunked out from Minji on the bottom of that fight. Lalva as well, no ult anymore. Lakai, he's trying to find his angle. Does have that World Ender, of course, a very important cooldown. As an Aatrox, 665 finds the angle, find an absolute clean kill onto Minji. Not much to be said about this anymore, as Lakai does go back to base. Has teleport, but Chi-Chi and Lalva, you're on the wrong side of the map. Lakai going to teleport into that mid lane. And now Enso going to be found by Tide. Exhaust comes through, Rue comes through. It's going to be an eventual kill picked up as Lakai pops that World Ender. He's actually looking for Cascada. He's going to find it. No, he won't. The chain even won't connect, so Lakai, he does his best to salvage what was a terrible situation, not able to do so. And now it's Chi-Chi against 5 strong of DCG as this game looks to be wrapped up.
Yeah, nice try on Lakai to get a kill on Cascada, but he maybe just had to run and try save the game there. Maybe him and Chi-Chi could hold on to it, but Chi-Chi on his own, I don't think can do anything about this.
Yeah, Chi-Chi going to do his best, but of course, there's just too much damage coming through. Pops that lightning crash as his second Nexus Tower goes down. He's going to be able to find the kill onto Cascada, but hold up, Tempered Fate misses. Tempered Fate missed, and that'll seal the deal. It's going to be DCG taking game number 1 here, and in a thrilling fashion, it wasn't particularly close if you look at the gold, but by God, were a lot of those team fights way closer than you'd expect.
Yeah, J-Team really made them work for it, and in unexpected ways. From behind so much gold, J-Team were so hard to kill.
Yeah.
Especially Luava on this end, using the pick very well. Minji having a great game. It felt like the game was over the moment they picked off Minji, because it felt like he was the whole team.
Yeah, a lot of those
Karma.
team fights were only salvaged because there wasn't a whole lot of lifesteal on the opposing side. There really was only the Senna.
Yeah.
And obviously Yone had a bit, but the shield bow doesn't offer that much lifesteal.
Yeah, hard for him to just go somewhere to lifesteal
Exactly,
as well.
and so landing one of those mantra Qs, starting the team fight off with one of those on a carry, made it immensely hard for the Smolder, for the Senna, for Orca.
Yeah.
To then carry on the fight. Even 665, if you saw, he gets hit by a mantra Q, loses 30-40% of his health, and even as a Lee Sin, you don't really care if you die as long as you find a nice engage or a nice ult or whatever it may be. You're fine with dying, but when you haven't been able to do that and you've lost all your health bar, it is a struggle now for you to look for those engages, and we saw, I mean, J-Team off to a DCG off to a magnificent start. 2 dragons up. They weren't able to get the next dragon simply because of the team fighting prowess that J-Team came with.
Yeah, they played really well from how far behind they were. They shouldn't feel too bad about that loss at all. If they can get themselves through early game a little cleaner, I don't expect Lakai to go down at level 3 again. Yeah, they'll be in it with a good shot to maybe reverse sweep the series. I think it was in exactly this matchup that we saw Minji play Karma game 1, have an amazing game on the Karma, but not be able to carry the game with it, and then just ban it themselves.
Yeah,
J-Team just ban it themselves and get Minji onto carries, and they were able to reverse sweep.
Yeah, they did have side selection game number 2 that series as well, and so this time they're again going to have side selection game number 2. They chose red side in the last series and managed to win that game. Actually, no, it was the other way around. It was a different series because J-Team won game 1, lost game 2, won game 3. So it was a different series. But they do have the option to take red side, which I think is the most important thing, because DCG once again seemed to be the best team at utilizing that red side. This time it was just for a straight up counter pick. We'd already knew exactly where all these champions were going to end up going. I mean, in theory, maybe you could have sent the way and Smolder with Senna in the bot lane. But knowing DCG, we kind of knew it was going to be Orca on that way. And then they just saved their last pick, countered the Aatrox with the Yone, and I mean, made it work fantastically. Solo kill level 3. Killed him again under tower with 665, about level 6, level 7. And from there, just ran away with the game. I mean, and for this reason, I'm giving MVP over to Taco in the top lane. Yeah,
reasonable. Kriskata did kind of have to come online and take over the game at the end there, but yeah, I mean, when you kill the Aatrox, a champ that we haven't really seen countered yet, no one's really found a strong counter to him, kill him at level 3, and then dive him again, take a full tower afterwards, then yeah, got to be Taco. I agree. Kriskata did come online and have to kind of get him over the line.
But Taco was, I mean, even that big team fight, they were losing team fights, and it was off the back of a massive find from Taco, realizing a lot of people coming through that magical journey, finding a 3-man knockout with Q or ult and then Q, and that was what really sealed the deal. That's what led to what is on our screens here.
Minji misses the Q. It's actually a center route that lands onto Minji, and then 665 is able to follow it up. I missed that. And with J-Team in this position, their mid laner dead for nothing. It just already felt like the game was doomed. As, yeah, Chi-Chi manages to get out here, but the rest of his team goes down, and
Lakai does his best. If he finds Kriskata, maybe.
Yeah, I think he can maybe just get out here, and they were able to defend, but...
Yeah, the team did respawn. I don't know. It's hard to tell. If he kills Kriskata there, they probably do just...
He almost ends up getting out anyway. Pretty unlucky interaction on the blast cone there.
Yeah, for sure. And then you see it. I mean, most damage in the game was... Actually, no, it wasn't. It was Minji. Yeah. Followed by Kriskata. Surprising how well Kriskata did in that lane. Now, admittedly, at the very start of it, he was awfully close to getting solo killed again. Similar to how it was in the Xerath lane. Yeah. But he found an amazing amount of stacks. He was over 10 per minute. I think it was, what did we say? It was something around the 20-minute mark where he got those the fully evolve online. Even. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was insanely quick how fast he was able to do it, especially into a lane where you're not going to be stacking on the Karma with anything outside of your W. Yeah. So well played by him, of course. I mean, he was playing the team fights very well. Maybe some question marks around Tide getting hit by these Mantra Qs alongside 665 taking a lot of damage prior to the
Yeah,
fight.
it's a
but-
wide skill shot.
Oh, it's very difficult to dodge. In fairness, Senna maybe shouldn't be in range of it, but anyway, ultimately
Yeah.
was Taco and Cascada doing the damage needed. Orca may have said he was the carry, but it truly did feel like Taco was the carry in this.
Yeah, and if not Taco, Cascada. 665 finding a nice ulti, but honestly tied at the end of that game. The W onto Minji actually just kind of sealed the game for them.
There we are. Taco, Minji, 665. Most damage taken per def, something the junglers are very fond of.
Yeah.
We've seen 180 carry pick it up. That was like earlier on in the week.
Oh, I do
can't
remember that, but I
yeah.
don't remember who or what champ
Might
they're
have
playing.
been Betty. I think it might have been Betty.
Yeah. Yeah, could have been. I think he only died once the entire series.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it was
earlier.
a bit of a scrappy game number 1 if I do recall against Frank. But anyway, regardless, 65 going to be taking up the most damage on that Lee Sin. And we saw he took 37% of his team's damage, so
Yeah, everyone else on his team was so squishy.
Yeah, yeah.
that he kind of had to just
you
be
either,
the front
if
line.
you're taking damage, you're probably dying if you're the rest of the team. So, and it will be Taco,
Yeah.
rightfully so, picking up the MVP for this one. Oh, I want to say about Taco as an individual. Started off the split looking really strong.
Yeah.
Faltered a little bit during the middle stages of the split, but I think the last couple of weeks really coming back into his own, how we remember him from summer of last year. Doing a lot of carrying in that top lane, getting some solo kills, finding ways to turn games around. I mean, against PSG, had a bad game 2 against the Naras Aatrox. Game 3, almost solo killing RJ in the exact same matchup.
Yeah.
So really progressing during the series and during the split is
and-
Taco.
Oh, we're going to see the 3-man combo here out of the Bard portal. Gifted to him a bit, admittedly, but punishes very well, and he is just massive at this point of the game because of how well he's played the early game.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no hope of you salvaging any kind of fight after that happens.
No, and this was right after J-Team were actually winning fights.
Yeah,
Yes,
it felt like
their
the
fights
momentum was
were
going in their way.
miraculous,
And
to be
Minji
fair.
had killed Cascada.
Yeah,
so I think,
that started with Cascada dying.
so J-Team feeling like the momentum is going their way, and they get a little too overconfident. Taco is ready for it, punishes them, and I mean, one-shots 3 people.
Yeah, the truly is the
essentially.
2 sides to the Bard coin. It exists
Yeah.
with his tunnel and it exists with his ult. It can be the greatest blessing or the greatest curse on that champion.
Yeah, I mean...
That's half the
yeah.
excitement, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of champions like Bard is there's so many ways for it to go right, but there's also so many ways for it to go wrong, and both sides of it are just as exciting to watch.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Lee Sin as well. You know, you can accidentally kick someone to their absolute freedom, but you can also find the game-winning pick onto Minji. So
Yeah.
both sides can be true. Of course, game number 1 is now done and dusted. When we return from this break, we'll have game number 2 all ready for you, so we'll see you there.
There's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Try to bring me close and tell me that you care. Was it all so real? The dream is over. Was it all so real? The dream is over. And the dream is all I have, but is it me too? Learning to take a stand, that's when I reach for you. And if dream is all I have, but is it me too? Learning to take a stand, that's when I reach for
Ever since it's all that I can see, I'm convinced you've given up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting ready for game number 2, of course, in our series between DCG and J-Team to decide who will have the upper hand and most likely secure that 5th place going into the playoffs. Game number 1. I mean, it was back and forth somehow. The gold lead never was. The gold pretty much remained at a sturdy 3, then 4, then 5, then 6,000 gold lead for DCG. But somehow there are a bunch of team fights in the mid game around the Dragons that were actually picked up by J-Team.
Yeah, and just competitive fights in general. The gold graph would not have told you the story of that game at all, as J-Team just kept it competitive the entire time. They just need to not, you know, fall so far behind in the early game, and I don't like Minji on the Karma. He's great on the Karma and plays it about as well as you can. Including in the team fights. Maybe not getting as much of an advantage in lane as we've seen other Karmas able to do. But he is the primary carry of this team.
Yeah, most of the time.
With Wako gone, there's no questioning.
Lakai has...
Yeah, Lakai has had his moments, definitely. But I think his laning phase is just too weak. On the Fiora, we saw him fall behind early game. We've seen it in the first game on the Aatrox. And with Taco up against him, he's going to be getting punished in lane, and it's kind of up to Minji to step up and carry these games. A lot harder to do on the Karma.
Yeah, definitely, and he did his best to do so. I want to say as well from the last game, Enso's performance on Bard was actually pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it was great.
Aside from one magical journey, which kind of spelled their demise, but...
And he can take, you know, maybe 30% of the responsibility. 3 people went through. You didn't all have to click it.
At the same time as well.
At the same moment. Yeah, we could have just sent the Bard in there, seen what he gets up to. Or just the Xin.
Yeah, even that. Xin did. Lava on the Xin cell lived on 1 HP a criminal amount of times.
Yeah.
So, same draft from J-Team. I can't remember Orianna being banned. Maybe it was. But the Azir and the Nautilus will remain banned. Now, blue side J-Team are just going to lock away, take themselves that Smolder, the hover of the Karmas, Cascada wanting to play it, as Orca perhaps wanting to play it. We'll see. I mean, we hovered the Hui for a brief moment there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're picking the Karma. You can lock Hui into this if you're the side of J-Team. 665 going to happily take himself.
Yeah, just likes the Lee Sin, meta be damned, forget Maokai, Rel, Poppy, Vi, any of that. Just chuck him on the Lee Sin. He's playing well on it, fair enough. Maokai probably the strongest jungler at the moment.
Yeah, even despite the nerfs. That champ, especially the ult, is just absurd for coordinated gameplay.
Yeah, and he's just so low variance.
Yeah.
You're always getting a pretty similar amount of impact on the Maokai.
Fantastic setup around objectives too. Just even if you're not the same amount of damage as you were in the past with that demonic embrace, just having that extra vision, those saplings grant.
Yeah.
The slow as well always feels really good.
Yeah.
I'm sure every Maokai gets out of game, looks at his crowd control score and says, had the most.
Yeah.
Minji going to take himself away for the mid lane. Not too creative in the drafts most of the time are J-Team. They just kind of played what's tried and tested. And so not really expecting to see any shenanigans around these 2 picks.
So I actually wouldn't be surprised to see DCG just go for a double ADC bot lane. They could put the Karma bot and farm. But I think I'd rather just see them on Varus Senna. It's a bit of an unconventional lane, but it's going to shut down this Smolder early game. And it'll force J-Team to find something or some way to get him through the lane, something to pair with him. Rumble banned away from Taco again, as DCG just really prioritizing the Rakan ban. Maybe Enso just a strong Rakan player.
Okay. I mean, not too surprising from these drafts. I think J-Team recognizing that DCG look really strong on these picks, taking them away. Rumble will remain banned.
Yeah.
I don't think there's too much of a problem. Yuumi again.
Yeah, just the same bans, confusingly, from DCG, as we made sense of the Yuumi ban because they had a Seri.
Yeah.
I don't know if Yuumi Smolder is going to get it done. I'd like to maybe see a Yone ban here. And we can probably more safely blind pick the Aatrox. Cassante is up this game.
Yeah, Cassante was banned last for J-Team last game.
I think that was the ban over Ori, maybe.
No, J-Team banned it.
Oh, J-Team banned it.
Yeah.
Okay. Xerath, okay. Yeah, the Xerath ban actually does make sense. They are able to flex the Karma. And we saw Kriskada on the Xerath do really well into a Hui.
Maybe Taco fancying his chances on the Aatrox in this one.
Yeah,
I mean, when you get a top laner who carries as hard as he did last game, you probably want to keep him on a carry and not look for that Cassante.
Yeah. Maybe they could have... I think this is just a case of DCG getting fancy in the draft. They want to maintain the Karma flex. If they picked their bot laner here, they would have given it up.
Maybe. No. Yes. Nope.
I'm not sure how TF would do into Aatrox.
You'd have to take Ghost.
Yeah.
But probably okay, honestly. Anytime that World Ender is used, you probably just gold card him and run the opposite direction, wait for the cooldown to come off, and you probably have a pretty good time for yourself up there. Soraka, the current hover, switching over to Bard. Probably, I wouldn't hate to see the Bard again. He had a really good showing already. It'll be the Lulu.
They do need to pick a strong laner to pair with the Smolder. Senna very strong in lane.
All right, now we get to find out the shenanigans of the DCG draft. Always the most exciting time is this red side 5th pick. Echo the Hover.
Yeah, whatever it's going to be, it better be good because they've given up Taco's counter pick.
Echo locked in.
I don't know where this is going.
I thought it was just a haha Echo.
Yeah.
It's not. It's locked in. It's going mid up against the Hui. That doesn't feel like a fantastic matchup.
Yeah. I haven't seen Echo mid in a long time. He has very good wave clear once he gets some points in his queue. I don't know. Maybe he has kill pressure on the Hui, but...
We are brawling is what we're doing this game.
Yeah. Yeah, the spot lane will be very hard for Smolder to get through.
DCG are just such wild cards.
Yeah, I think...
And this is the 15th unique champion that Kriskada's played.
Yeah, he must be doing it for the bit.
There's an Ari. There's an Ari somewhere in here too. We can make it to 16.
Yeah, easily.
What else have we not? Victor, Ari, Syndra.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 big ones I can think of that admittedly aren't in meta, but
yeah,
always have a place somewhere in the draft eventually.
I feel like he's missing one of the like really common champs.
Syndra probably. Not right now.
I mean, no, I just mean between Nico, Orianna, Azir. I feel like he's missing one of those even.
He's played Orianna, he's played Azir. It could only be Nico. I'm not sure if he's played it or not.
Yeah, he might have just not played Nico yet. As we saw Nico flexed to bot lane.
Yeah.
Both times DCG picked it recently. But it's hard to keep track.
It is.
Of what
when you're up to number 15.
Hasn't played.
When you're up to number 15 in about 20-something games. 24 would be my estimate. I have actually no idea, but... Electrocute will be the Echo rune.
Okay. I mean, we've seen First Strike, but it doesn't make much sense. Melee into range.
Yeah, and Halo Blades is the other one. Oh. Aggressive runes for Kriskada.
Yeah.
Very aggressive runes. Even going for the scaling health rune instead of the flat one. So I have to imagine this lane phase is not easy.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be brutal. We've seen Hui's bully Azirs. And I mean, even stuff just like Akali. That is a lot, better in lane than Echo. No D shield for him.
Yeah, no D shield. I mean, I'm sort of perplexed about this Echo pick. We'll have to see how he makes it work.
Yeah.
I have to imagine it's simply going to be walk into lane, queue the wave away, and then go find your Lee Sin and just brawl. Because it is a very strong 2v2. That's something that cannot be mistaken. And so again, we'll be starting with that W on Bard. Oh, W will miss here from Chi-Chi. That's pretty much your only trading tool.
Yeah.
And Enso is paying the price in a hefty way.
Yeah, already losing a health bot. Tide will use his health bot too.
Yeah, but Tide importantly does just have more sustain, even than the W start Bard.
Tide finds a lot of these 2-man Senna queues. Playing really well on it.
Ah.
Yeah, this is kind of what you expected as the Smolder. As I think it was Betty talking about Smolder in his interview yesterday, saying the champ is very strong if you can get it through lane.
Yeah.
He mentioned it has quite a weak lane phase.
And we did see that in PSG series. I mean, Betty finishing both games with immaculate scorelines, but
Yeah.
game 2 especially, RJ winning all 3 lanes and the
Yeah.
jungle single-handedly.
Minji gonna be fine here.
Oh, we've got a Maokai very deep here. But
Wow, okay.
Yeah, we've just eliminated Minji from the map. Lalva now looking to be next.
Oh.
We'll be able to find it. Sapling will not get the kill. Triumph coming through.
Wow, and I'm surprised they go for the 2v2 there with Echo Lee Sin. It really feels like the only win condition for this Echo is if he can find these early fights. Maokai Quay not doing a lot in the early game, and it looked like Minji was okay, but good coordination from, again, 665 and Kriskada. You see why he spends so much time in mid lane. Second game in a row, he's able to pick up
This was spotted,
an
by the
early
way.
kill.
Like,
Yeah, they knew
there's
it
a
was
ward.
coming. Minji dodges just out of the Echo stun, does miss his spell.
Yeah, and 665 also safeguarding out of the fear coming through.
Yeah. And then Lava.
Oh, so close.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have gone down to the Echo in any case. Maybe he could have flashed away, but
Yeah. Yeah, maybe not worth it even if he does get the kill there. Just might have been an extra kill on the Echo or Lee Sin.
it was.
So,
I think you're counting your lucky blessings that Kriskada didn't pick them up, but still, I mean, a 2-0 Lisa in this stage of the game in what is a very brawly team comp.
Yeah.
Senna, Karma, Echo, Lisa, Aatrox, they're all really happy to fight pretty much whenever they can. Obviously, Aatrox kind of wants his ultimate, well, needs his ultimate to truly have power in these fights, but
Yeah.
not the same for the other 4 members even of DCG.
More than anything, I think it's J-Team's bot lane that's probably going to suffer against this Fed Lee Sin, but it might be Lava.
Lava's very deep. Kriskada's found him.
Yes,
Just
Lash.
advance. Is the stun going to come through? No.
Not
Parallel
quite.
convergence not quite going to land. Lava just managed to walk on out of there. Interestingly, he went for the aftershock, so a little bit tankier, but again, he won't have access to that phase rush for
Yeah.
the ability to dip and dive in these team fights that we saw Caster doing so well on yesterday on the Maokai.
Yeah, good move by Tide to be here to protect Kriskada, as Enzo was on his way mid and Kriskada could have found himself in a lot of trouble. He is very chunked out, I think, just in the 1v1. Oh, he did eat a Maokai combo, actually.
Taco's low, but 65's here. Lava is also, though, so at least
Yeah.
showing presence, helping at least Taco get his wave pushed. Should be able to find himself a recall
Yeah.
here.
Meanwhile, though, Chi-Chi's is suffering under his tower.
Yeah, Lava gonna walk up. I mean, Echo's not in the vicinity as of yet, so I think 665 can just kite these and wait for Echo to be around and then start them again, at which point you feel like you should be confident.
Taco got first base off as well, so I'm surprised they're not just committing to the grubs.
Yeah, there we go. We will now. Should be 3 of these grubs picked up here for 665 on the Lee Sin.
Yeah. So everything looking pretty good for DCG so far. Scott is gonna
Yeah,
harass
he doesn't
Lava,
care
but-
about his lane. He cares about making Lava suffer, and sufferer he is. Talking about suffering, this bot lane, flap comes out, but it doesn't trade all that much damage, especially when compared to that of Tide's.
Yeah. I really think this was a lane that maybe Chi-Chi could have taken teleport in.
Yeah,
When you've got these unorthodox Senna lanes, you know they're probably taking TP. So you're not going to be down a combat sum or anything. Enzo on the board doing a surprisingly good job of keeping him, you know, sustained. He is falling behind NCS though, and DCG are picking up objectives all over the map. With a 2-0 Lee Sin, you kind of expect it.
so it looks like we could have Proto Bout or Lich Bane for Kriskada first. Still, I mean, we'll have to continue on to find out which, but I kind of expect the Lich Bane.
Yeah, Lich Bane seems like just a better item at the moment. We don't see much Proto Belt.
Yeah, Kali kind of the only one opting for that item. Okay, Chi-Chi has both sums, but this is a level 5 Lee Sin, so no Dragon's Rage available, and
Oh.
Tide takes a substantial amount of damage before we can even start to look, but 6-5 now, presence known. Will be the Sonic Wave landing. Chi-Chi popping that Ghost and is going to stay safe.
Out of mana on Chi-Chi though, Orca full mana and HP. So even if Chi-Chi can stay, he's not going to be getting stats. It's kind of what we expected in the mid lane. Minji able to just permanently get prio. And that Echo kind of has to go find some skirmishes to have impact this game. Lakai doing a lot better for himself than last game.
Yeah, and he's quickly approached the point of the lane where it's now Cassante favored for a little while.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have kill pressure. But we've seen it go either way, honestly. Krskada gets a play. He's got 3 people collapsing on him.
Inso as well in the river. He's going to find his way onto lava, put down that parallel convergence, going to get in there, going to get that shield. Nature's Grass comes out. Nice ult, going to dodge out of all of that CC as the root will land here from Tide. Krskada, though, out of mana. Won't be a whole lot of follow-up. Does survive, though. Does have to lose both that ultimate and the flash to do so.
Yeah, fancy play out of Krskada, but doesn't end up doing much. He doesn't have the items to look for any kills there or turn it around, really. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Minji's found all the damage he needs and staying a little bit too long. It will be a kill found.
Yeah, nice turnaround by Minji.
So they're all out coming out of Lakai, and this could have maybe just been a solo kill, but 665 will come in and yoink that one away.
Yeah, it looked like Taco was definitely winning that. As maybe we'll probably get a replay on that. Minji, meanwhile, killed Krskada. A lot of base damage on the Hui.
Okay, does have flash.
Should be fine. Nice dodge.
Nice dodge of everything. Even actually doing more damage than he took. Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, I think he could have won this. Doesn't have the Qs actually. Maybe it's a little bit hard. Has Q3, lands that.
What a nice Q3 by Taco. Seems like he predicted the Cassante all out there. Buffered it with the Q3.
Oh, no stacks. That's sad.
Wait, how many stacks?
None. I mean, like, Senna, the entire wave got cleared and not a single orb dropped.
Oh yeah, I can't keep up with all these stacking gems.
Yeah, there's 3.
Oh, Bard as well, yeah. Might see a Bard ulti.
Yeah, gonna see Lava jumped on first though as 665 gets aggressive. Void Grubs, of course, have spawned a minute until that dragon. And they are on 3, so if they're able to get 2, they get the Void Mites. If they're able to get 6, they have an insane amount of tower damage anytime they are hitting them. That's 4. They're going to jump out of the pit, maybe look for a fight. Lakai and Taco are in the vicinity. Both top laners do not have ult, and the 665 going to get stunned up, locked up by that Bard Tempered Fate. Through will come Lava with the Flash Bramble smash, but he is going to get taken down. And despite Taco not having ult, he's going to find at least 2 assists there as Tide claims those kills. Ult comes out later, but the Magical Journey will get both Minji and Enso to safety.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be 6 Void Grubs for the side of DCG.
I really thought J-Team were good for that fight, honestly. They landed a Bard ulti into a really nice Maokai ulti onto everyone, but Taco just over the wall manages to CC everyone up and do a bunch of damage. Because I think that's what turned the fight around. So here it looks kind of doomed for DCG. 665 so strong, and then Taco shows up 2-man Q from over the wall there just in time, turns the fight around.
See, Lava, he's not happy. And of course he realizes they have to win this to truly keep their chance alive. Now in theory there is a chance, depending on game differential, and it would require
for them to go first seed out of this group?
Yes, if DCG win this game, of course they're very comfortably in the league. But there is one more game that both these teams would have to play, and if J-Team were to win it and DCG were to lose it, I can't remember. I think it would be DCG against Halpigs and J-Team against West Point, is what I believe is the coming game.
Yeah, and with such a big gap between these two teams, it seems like, and the other two. We're just assuming. We're taking for granted that they're going to win their other series, but each team does actually have another series to play.
Yeah, and so it's not
as well.
it's not given, but it is. You're putting yourself in the perfect position to absolutely reach that point.
Yeah.
Fair comes out. Minji then is going to make his water path and just sprint on out of there.
Yeah.
6-5 did want to look, but no dice. And it will be Void Staff first for Cascada as he's nearly completed that item.
So DCG just hitting up this dragon. Doesn't look like there's much of a contest coming. Bard ult though.
Yeah, Timid Fate comes out. They're actually going to get in there. Lava looking for the Smite steal. Is he going to find it? No, he's going to get Dragon's Raged away.
Wow.
And no Smite available for 665, but doesn't need it. Lava too far away from that dragon to be able to land his.
Yeah, clean by DCG. We've seen them take fights in a lot of spots where they really don't need to. So it's it's nice to see that kind of discipline from 665. Just they could maybe kill the Maokai, but they decide to just disengage, grab the dragon, and get out of there.
Yeah, and it will be the Cloud Soul this game, which of course feels really, really good if you are an Aatrox more than anyone else, really. I mean, Smolder, Aatrox, and Cassante, and Maokai.
Okay.
Honestly, really, really good for J-Team, but it's also really good for Taco.
Yeah, underrated dragon. Soul, anyway.
Yeah, movement speed is just a hard stat to get value
build,
on, right? Yeah. Whereas every other stat is like Longsword, so 1080 is worth 350 gold.
Yeah.
You can work that out pretty easily. But move speed, I mean, you got boots, but other than boots, there's nothing to really go off.
Yeah. If you could build more than one boot, do you think Champs would do it? As there's going to be engage on DCG's bot lane.
I'm not sure, but Tide almost gets Cosmic Bind. He's going to be able to flash away. Snipe lands. Comet going to confirm the kill. Minji, though, not able to connect with his ultimate. Double kill, though, will be here for Chi-Chi as 665 comes from absolutely downtown to confirm at least one kill back. Lalva now stunned up, and it's going to be another one. Taco going to be able to claim that one for himself. Lakai, he's got his goes popped, and he's sprinting to that magical journey. 2 for 2 is the result, but Chi-Chi, importantly on this, Smolder picking himself up too.
Yeah, not upset with a 2 for 2 on the losing side. And
Lakai,
the kills going on.
Lakai going to use it all out. Enso's here, 665's here. Through will come that center ult. Lakai might be in trouble. Does find the Q3. Minji's also here, and through will come Orca as well. We have an absolute fiesta on our hands down here. 665. Cosmic Binding won't land. Dragon's Rage. Is he going to be able to find it? He does. He's going to even be able to get everything off there. He gets the safeguard out. The Triumph keeping him alive. Sniper won't connect as Orcas continue to run forward. He's full health, full mana. Chain coming through. Dragon's Rage not up, but it won't also connect there on that Sonic wave. The second one will miss too. Insult dipping, diving, auto attacks though. You can't dodge those ones. Minji is out of mana.
Ooh.
Another Sonic wave misses though, and so Minji will be able to get out. Chi-Chi here, Lalva's here. This is not over. Teleport available for Cascada. See if he chooses to use it. 665 looks for another one. Is again not going to be able to find it as Chi-Chi. He's running up as fast as he can. 665 is so low here. War jump away from the Bramble Smash. Orca, he's got to find some way to get out of this. He doesn't have his mantra up. He goes down. It's going to be Cascada now teleporting in though as Chi-Chi. He's going to get taken out. Cascada is as well. Willed into Taco. This fight has not ended as Taco will get himself one. Gets the reset. And I think eventually the play will end. 665 being involved from start to finish.
We're going to go straight into the replay as this was the very beginning of the fight, as there is a re-engage later. So close to landing on the flash Q there for the Bard. Chi-Chi picks up one, and unfortunately Minji misses his ulti here. Chi-Chi gets in to clean it up, but has been tagged by the Lee Sin Q and goes down quickly, as I think 665 has been shut down on live. But I mean, it looks like DCG have successfully turned it around, but Lakai, I just didn't think he had an angle here, but I guess Cassante always somehow does. And he just finds his way onto Taco and essentially solos him. A little bit of help from Bard. And 665 is so annoying in this fight. He gets so much done, and it really is just off of this Bard Q missing that it goes disastrously for J-Team. He's constantly proccing his Sundered Sky on the Lee Sin every time it's up. And yeah, Orca the carry of DCG.
Time for Rift Herald out of a fight into a replay into another fight. Rift Herald getting very low. It's taken, but it's taken by Tide on the center, and Lava's going to lose his life for it too. Cruscada's going forward, has that Lich Bane, a lot of damage. Chi-Chi flap, gets himself out, but not before the center ult comes through and lands onto 3 members of J-Team. Tempered Fate will miss. Cruscada going forward, not going to get that Q onto Enzo. Not going to be able to dodge out of the stun either, but he's still going. He's still finding more. He has the ultimate available, and disaster for J-Team as DCG straight out of replay came themselves a rift and claimed themselves 4 kills as well.
So it was J-Team hitting the Rift Herald because they had picked off 665, and then 3v4, DCG somehow steal the Rift Herald and win that fight, as most of that was just a 3v4. DCG with the 3 members somehow winning, and Cruscada kind of coming alive on the Echo. He had a rough start. Oh, he's built Storm Surge though.
600 kills.
Yes, stylish way to do it too on the Echo.
Do you remember our solo queue game with that one Echo? He had a Storm Surge, and it was working.
And yeah, this is the 3v4 here. It's 4 members of J-Team. At the moment, it's just Tide, getting a lot of damage in. Cruscada shows up, and
Herald turns around.
Yeah, I have no idea. Oh wow, it's off the back of, yeah. They hit the Vital, Lava goes down quickly, and they chase this now 3v3. Oh wow, the E dodging out of the Bardol. And Cruscada looked like he was maybe doing a little too much here, but 665 has finally arrived. And he tanks up the tower as long as he can until he sees Minji and then ults out of there. Using the Echo really well.
Oh, we're teleporting. Ult will come out here. It's onto Tide. You don't have really much you can do as the center, but with all these people coming back, Lakai's not going to have anywhere to run, and 665 is going to claim himself yet another kill. Top side, though, will it be answered? Taco is 1v3 up here, and he's living. He's living as long as he can. Nature's Grass coming out. Have to watch for an amazing play if Taco's going to survive. It doesn't look like he will. Minji's going to get his 5th of the game. Quietly 5-1 now on this way. Going to get a second. Joe!
He was trying to run down to dodge it, but just too low HP on the Rift Herald to get the charge. Both top laners getting the weak side treatment. Just getting 4-manned and killed, and it is going to favor DCG just because they do get a tier 2 versus a tier 1.
Oh, did Cruscada die too?
Here? I can't imagine it's Cruscada dying here.
I think it might be. I think there's a double death, perhaps.
Oh. Oh, he just gets CC'd, and unfortunately Enzo gets the shutdown, but I mean, you just take it. He didn't get a chance to ult on the Echo.
Alright, Chi-Chi at 2 items now. Not going for the same build as Betty found a lot of success on yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked the Quick Blades build out of Betty. He was doing a lot of damage, but Cruscada was doing plenty of damage last game with this build.
Betty went 2nd item Rapid Fire.
Oh.
Even different.
Oh, yeah. And I think he did eventually get Quick Blades.
Yeah, he did. He went Quick Blades eventually. But, I mean, I think the Rapid Fire, it makes a lot of sense. While, yes, your damage is a bit lower.
Yeah.
You are not going to have to be anywhere near this Echo, which is... Echo, Aatrox, and Lee Sin. 616 is this Lee Sin, by the way. And Senna is also quietly 415. So there is a lot of range and a lot of close range, high damage dealing champions that you want to be away from. And maybe the Rapid Fire Cannon would help you deal with those just that little bit better. As we might see the impact of it now. Chi-Chi going to have to fly on over that wall as another tier 2 will go down. Void Mines absolutely everywhere. 6 Void Grubs, of course, helping with that. Tempered Fate comes out. It's landing onto 2. Cruscada's going to be one of those people locked up as a lot of AoE is coming down onto him, but certainly not enough to take him down. Teleport in. This will be eventually Lakai joining the fight. Does not have Ghost available to him, but certainly does have the All-Out. He goes, makes that path, but is not going to make a path clear enough as he's actually the one now that's being turned around onto. Very, very low. Cruscada going to be able to turn that fight around. Now Lava, he's living, but he's on only 1 HP. Twisted Advance, but he's not going the wrong way. Eventually will be found. Taco jumping over that wall, but it will be Orca who finds that one at least. Minji as well. Storm Surge proccing on him, taking him down to a very low total, and he is the 5-1 Hui that really has all the work to do in this game.
Yeah. A decent look out of J-Team, but the biggest problem in that fight, honestly, was Lakai not being able to find a flank. When we see Cassante run headfirst, front to back into the enemy teams, we see exactly that. He kind of just gets locked down and is so short range, he can't get on to any of these carries, and they make light work of him. Doesn't help that he's 0 and 5.
Yeah, Baron very low, no Tempered Fate to delay it. Minji's going to look for the steal, won't quite find it. Got a little bit excited there that the Arcane Comet somehow could have landed, but no, 6-5 holds true with his smite. It's now near on 10k gold advantage at the 22-minute mark for DCG. They're also 1 minute away from being able to pick up that Cloud Soul, and they are just so far ahead.
And you're seeing the difference a hard lane for Smolder can make. As at this point, Cascada had already had his form. Chi-Chi sitting on just 180. And I'm pretty sure when we checked Cascada last game, he was 207 at about 19 minutes.
Yeah.
So here we're, 4 minutes later and Chi-Chi's nowhere
well
near
behind, yeah.
his stacks. And you definitely need to more carefully pick your lanes.
Minji quietly most gold in the game despite the massive gold advantage for DCG.
Yeah,
a lot of
he's playing
shutdowns and whatnot, of course, helps, but he has some heavy lifting to do if he wants to keep J-Team alive in this game and in this series.
Yeah.
What do you think it takes? Paint me a picture. Paint me the absolute... You
For
get it, by the way?
J-Team
Hui is an
Oh.
artist. Sorry. Perfect team fight. How do they win it? Because I can't work it out.
So DCG are just going to have to get... This is a good start.
Yeah, 6-5 getting chunked out very low. He's 6-1.
Yeah.
But there's not enough follow-up, and that is just going to be a way ult lost. Admittedly, it buys you a little bit of time with this Lee Sin being so low.
Yeah.
Feels a bit harder to push on forward.
Soul up for DCG, though. We'll see if J-Team think
They
that the
can't
chunk
answer.
on Lee Sin is going to be enough. Nope.
At least it is only the Cloud Soul.
So, okay. Hui is going to need his Rabadon's finished.
Yes.
His Crypt Bloom finished. And then, I mean, it just comes down. He's got AoE in his kit, right? He's going to be having to land his spells on multiple members.
Okay.
And Luava's going to have to play defense for him because there is one target on J-Team. I mean, Chi-Chi's not anywhere near spiking this game. So all of these Leash Sin kicks, Aatrox flanks, Echo engages are going to be going straight onto Minji. He does have his flash. Well, we'll see how long he can hold on to that. Cassante, not a terrible champ for peeling either, honestly.
No.
It's not his preferred job in a fight. He'd really rather get a flank and get onto the Senna or Karma.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you could make the argument it could be good for him to try and take this Aatrox or the Echo just out of the fight.
Yeah.
But that's an easier said than done kind of job where they do have sums up and they are just mobile champions.
Yeah.
As Pathmaker going to be used, and despite it, Lakai's still going to take a reasonably high chunk of damage. Guardian saving in, so a little bit of his health, but this will be the tower going down eventually. Obviously, it is the Cloud Soul, it is the Baron still available. Actually goes down as I say that. 3,000 gold was the Baron power play.
Yeah, it might have to just come
it.
down to a big Bard ulti. If you can find 2, maybe 3 members with a Bard ult. There's no one all that tanky on the side of DCG. I mean,
Yeah.
Lee Sin being the tankiest champ.
Chi-Chi gets hit by one of those Qs from Aatrox. He is sitting at 2-2-2.
Yeah, he will hit it during any fight that happens.
Yeah, he should get it on very, very soon. Even just hitting anyone here probably
Yeah.
will help him get that. And that is a big power spike. Is it enough? Doesn't feel like it's very easy for Smolder to be auto-attacking this game. Or even firing off those Qs, especially without that rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, but it's at the very least some help for Minji this game.
Yeah.
So one more Q and he
Red
should have
misses.
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think he has it.
Yeah, he
he
has
does.
it.
229 is his current stacks, so he will have access now to that execute, to that burn damage percent health, 6.5% I believe it is.
665, not missing. Those are all blind Qs.
Yeah. Missed a lot in that massive 5-minute long fight, but
Yeah.
not missing now. And through
Minji,
we come, Minji, we said a lot of it's up to him, and he's getting chunked out before the fight even begins. 665 found his way in, nice route, lands onto 2, but we haven't found the kill just yet. 665 will flash forward and confirm that. It's Lava going down. Orca, Enso even should be soon to follow. Orca on the backside, though, is finding Lakai, trying to beat down this Cassante. not the easiest of jobs. It's now 5 members strong for DCG as they try to close out the series and the game 2. But it's Tide going down. It's going to be found. Minji going to be able to pick that one up for himself now, as it's now 4v3. Minji, Chi-Chi still alive, as well as Lakai on this Cassante. We've seen heroics out of him before, and it's going to take even more this game as Chi-Chi's doing his best to fly around, find these Qs, but it's not so easy. Second inhib now will be going down. Chi-Chi trying to clear out these Void Mites through. Will go Taco, and he's finding the assassination, but the all-out comes through to peel for that way. Minji's going to be able to get back to base. Here comes Chris Carter, though. Parallel convergence is going to land. It's going to land well as Lava does respawn, as does Enso. It's all up to Minji, the support, and the jungler, and they're somehow thwarting off this attack onto their Nexus. The inhibitor, though, the fate might not be so lucky, as it will be also going down. We have double super minions now going to be coming in from every single lane, and the fight is still not over. We're still going forward. 665 Dragon Rage onto Lava is going to get out, is going to get Triumph once again. Health is low, but health isn't needed when all that stands between you is a Bard and the Nexus. And DCG, in the most scrappy of games, have taken the series and placed themselves firmly at 5th.
Minji finally goes down. It looked like he just survived so many engages out of DCG there. It looked like he was somehow going to hold on to the base there, but they eventually kill him. Kriskata TPs in and takes out Chi-Chi essentially on his Nexus. And pretty good from DCG. Kind of looked like them all the way. I mean, there was that one fight that lasted about 3 minutes and you couldn't really tell who was winning.
What kind of
who
read
was
could you
losing.
get on that?
Yeah.
That was an insane game. That was... I mean, this series didn't live up to the last time these two teams met. Because I don't know, I'm almost willing to say that these fights were more exciting than the game 2 of their last series. It's hard to say, and obviously it's sort of recency bias where I've just lived what I just witnessed. Whereas before, I mean, these two teams, they are neck and neck. The result of the games don't really say it. I think maybe drafting is DCG's massive strength. They see the Smolder taken away from them and punish it beyond belief. It got a double kill before it died at all in this game, by the way. Then it did die to the 665, which sort of started off that 5-minute-long fight in the bot lane. But honestly, the amount of stacks that the Smolder had was really, really underwhelming. And it meant that all of these fights that were neck and neck, because you were just so far down on your Dragon practice and your evolutions, you weren't able to have as much impact, and it really did show as this game progressed.
Yeah, imagine those scrappy fights where 665 is constantly living on 1 HP with Smolder evolved. And it wasn't really Chi-Chi's fault, it was more a matter of they kind of picked it blind, and then you saw the bot lane for the early levels. It was Senna and Karma standing between Smolder and his wave and taking half his HP a time every time their spells are up. And Bard maybe just not the right pick to get him through that lane.
No, but I mean, what is, in fairness?
Yeah.
What gets a Smolder through that
I mean, they
round?
hovered the Soraka.
Yeah,
they did
maybe.
hover the Soraka, so
But
they
then
thought about it.
The problem is, right, Senna is probably the greatest champ alongside support Ashe at building Grievous Wounds. It's so easy to just buy the Executioner's Calling and then boom, you've got your 40% Grievous Wounds and you have minimized the effect of that Soraka tenfold.
Yeah.
And I guess that is the problem, right? You already saw the Senna. Senna came out as that 3rd pick. And so, I mean, at that stage, you banned the, what is it, Rumble and the Xerath? I mean, yes, maybe you don't want the Rumble. The Xerath was obviously a ban to not have it match up into the Hui.
Yeah.
But they found, I mean, no one's expecting
they
the Echo, but like...
anyway,
And also, I mean, they played poorly around the Echo.
Yeah, they played
game.
straight into it. It's Lee Sin Echo at level 3 against your champs is about the only time they really have a chance to get any kind of lead, and they do look for a fight rather than just maybe a disengage. As you said, they knew the play was happening, and they maybe got a little too clever on J-Team. Instead of preventing the play, they kind of allow it to happen and try to turn it around.
Yeah, you just... It's much easier for the Echo and Lee Sin to look for outplays than it is for a Hui and a Maokai. I mean, they're both pretty... I can't say Hui's a straightforward champion by any means, but he's pretty telegraphed in what he's going to do, right? He's going to try to find some CC and follow it up with some damage. The CC was dodged away from by 665 with that safeguard, and at that point, well, Hui's really not got many tools.
Yeah,
he
and
can
just
find
not
some
much
damage
at that point.
Exactly. Echo and Lee Sin are going to be winning that trade every single time it happens, and then it was left with the Maokai who could have flashed away, decided to stick it in, try to find that return kill. Wasn't able to do so. And from there, it was not really Cryscada that had a lot of impact. Yes, he did at times, but it was 665 running around 2-0 on Lee Sin, doing pretty much whatever he wanted. And honestly, without that kind of start, you imagine that bottom fight, an entirely different story as well.
Yeah.
And here we'll see it on our screens.
This is the play we were talking about where, you know, off to a bad start for J-Team here is, you know, they opt into a fight that they were admittedly very close to winning, but you didn't really have to put yourself into this situation against the stronger early game champs. I'm expecting Minji, to have done a lot of damage this game. He did a great job just staying alive.
This is the most damage we've seen a Senna do, by the way.
Yeah, Tide is playing really well on the Senna.
He is.
Especially in lane.
I think he might be the best Senna that we've seen.
Yeah.
Who was it yesterday? We saw a really good one yesterday too. Was it Shun?
I think
no, Shun played Varus.
I thought it was Eminem.
Oh, it was Eminem.
Yeah, they used the Senna Nautilus lane.
Yeah. It was Eminem.
Well.
They lost, but yeah, it was. He did play well. That is a fair assessment. But yeah, on your screen it was Minji honestly having another good game on the way. The only death that he had up until the very end was that very first one, which, to be fair, kind of led to the absolute snowball we saw DCG taking over the Rift. Yeah,
Eminem, Minji with kind of just everything to do in that last game, couldn't quite get it done. No help coming for him from Chi-Chi, and Taco again kind of getting the better of Lakai.
Yeah.
Pretty big top gap this series in general. I would say Lakai had 2 terrible games.
Yeah, I mean, the lane phase wasn't too terrible. I think in general, that 1v1 that was happening that eventually 665 came to, I actually think maybe after watching the replay, it was actually Lakai who was favored because Aatrox no longer had Q. And before rank 9 of Aatrox Q, it's actually quite a long cooldown. And so, obviously, Lakai's Natofu strikes are up every 0.5 of a second. And so I think maybe he comes out on top.
Yeah.
But he just found the timing to do it at the wrong time because 665 was in the area and was able to come and find himself the 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah.
Which, again...
Yeah, 665 also definitely getting the better of Luava.
Yeah, and then from there, I think at the end of the game, by the way, I think Lakai finished like 0-7, I believe.
Yeah.
But 665 going to pick up the MVP makes a lot of sense. I mean, from start to finish, he was everywhere he needed to be. That massive fight around the bot lane, he was the only one that was there at the start, and he was the only one limping away at the end. So.
Yeah, and I mean, throughout that whole fight, it looked like he was just playing a different game than everyone else. He was doing so much more than everyone else, just jumping around, doing a bunch of damage, constantly proccing his Sunder.
8-1-9, up 4.5k gold on the Jungle.
And I was questioning the first rotation Lee Sin. It's not what we usually see in this meta. People prefer the Maokai, but if you're good on the pick, and 665 definitely seems to be.
Other teams do typically ban the Lee Sin against him. And we did see in their last series against PSG, he played the Lee Sin, and it looked really, really strong.
Yeah.
And so I think after seeing that, last series they played up against, I believe it was West Point.
Yeah, they just didn't allow it.
They just didn't allow it. They just banned it both games. They did still lose, obviously, but yeah, they didn't allow him to get the Lee Sin. This series, it was open both games. He just immediately takes it as soon as possible. And he makes you see why. I mean, is this going to be the fight?
Yeah,
I think it will be.
Fight.
Yeah.
And it was 2 also just slight misplays by Enzo, missed timings on his Q, that, you know, make this fight maybe not as decisive as it should have been for J-Team, as I still don't know who won ultimately, apart from 665.
Yeah, 665 won.
Yeah. And he was just all over this fight, making picks, and Lakai finds a re-engage later on here, impressively. It didn't look like he really had it here, but finds a really good engage onto Taco, and shortly we're going to see the Bard ult come out, and the fight should have been over at this point. Once this Bard ult comes out, this fight should have just been over here with the Bard Q, but 665 is able to live, flash ults Lakai, finishes him off, somehow lives there as well, and he keeps living.
By the way, that was only half of the fight.
Yeah, it kept going for a minute, and I think we saw a couple more TPs, a couple more rotations.
Eventually, Cryscada teleported back, Minji teleported back. It was like,
but Cryscada at some point TP'd in with 30% HP and 10% mana. I'm not really sure where he was.
The only person that did it.
Yeah, there was only one fight really going on, so I'm not sure what happened for him to TP in on those stats, but that was a great fight.
It was a very good fight. Even the last fight where it was like, what? They pretty much cleaned everyone up. the fight was still going on, and somehow Respawns came back through. It was like, oh, we're going again, I suppose.
Yeah, and they just took 3 inhibs but didn't back off. I love to see that. They just continued pushing and just ended the game.
Usually you either, like, you take the 1 inhib, maybe the 2, and then you look to end.
Yeah.
But we just took all 3 and then still looked to end. Most teams are like, all right, we've cleared their base. They're not able to contest any objective.
Yeah.
Recall, get our items. We've just had a bunch of kills, a bunch of objectives.
Yeah.
Let's
maybe
get ourselves some gold.
Maybe another party to get to for DCG.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
They might. Well, we'll find out because we are going to have our interview now. It's going to be with Tide and, of course, Paddy. But do join us. We'll be back right up.
That's a Tide say hello to the fans. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 DCG 的 AD 选手 Tide， 请 Tide 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 的下路泰德。
Congratulations on winning against JT, who has the same score as you. It looks like your team is getting better every week. How are you feeling right now? 恭喜你们赢下与你们同比分的 JT， 你们看起来表现的是越来越好了。想问一下现在心情如何？
就普普通通啦，所以就还好。
I feel pretty normal right now. Yeah, I'm just very peace. The first game seemed pretty tied up until the very last minute, but you were able to win at the end. What do you think is the key that made you guys win that game? 第一局看起来你们打得比较纠结，但你们最后还是顺利的赢下来了。你认为是什么让你们能够赢下第一局的比赛呢？
因为第一把就热手，所以大家就可以把第二把当成第一把来看。
For the first game, we're just warming up, so our performance wasn't that good. But you can watch our second game as the first game. So the second game is our real strength. So your team's champion pool showed to be very diverse this season. What do you think contributes to that? 你们队伍在选角上面展现了非常多样性的面貌。你认为队伍能有这么多样性的选择的角色池的原因是什么？
因为这版太多版本角了，然后就我们团练都在试啊。当然我也想玩，就是没办法，我只能当正常的 ADC 啊。就是团练试了，当然试好了，比赛就可以拿出来了。
So because this meta, this patch, there's a lot of champions that we can use. So we're trying different champions, different compositions for the team. And for me, I just have to be the one that contributes to sacrifice for my other teammates. So when we're ready, we'll be able to pick a different champions and different compositions for you to watch. You picked more utility champions this season to help the team. Like today, you picked Senna 2 times. So how do you look at this change in your position in the team? 在这个赛季在队上，你承担比较多功能性的这个选角嘛，今天也选了2场的珊娜，你怎么看待你的角色转换？
其实珊娜这角色就是确实是功能型，然后就是要做原本可能类似查破有的事情，而且珊娜通常都是配一个要吃兵的辅助，它通常上个版本都是配弹斧嘛，但我们这队伍比较特别，都是配一个伤害性的角色。但珊娜这角色就很无聊，就是功能。
So Senna is a utility champion. So when I pick Senna, our support has to be the one that goes to do the CS. So our team pick CS supports all the time. So yeah, Senna's a little bit boring, but I have to pick it for our team. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for a win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢泰选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Section 跟 Zod。
Thank you for the interview. I got a question.
Go on.
You know his answer where he was like, "Oh yeah, we've been trying out a bunch of different champions and whatnot."
Yeah.
Do you think there is a team in the league that has less unique champions played than Criscata has by himself? There would be
That's
some
possible.
teams that would be
yeah,
close.
that is possible.
There would be some
It's
close.
not Hellpigs. It's not Hellpigs. They play too much weird stuff like Kassadin and Ziggs. PSG tend to kind of play the same stuff a lot.
Yeah, a lot of
especially in the top
Nocturne,
lane.
Oriana. Ooh,
we'll have to look into
I
that.
actually
We'll
want
have
to
to
find
look
out.
into
There's
that,
going to be
yeah.
a team that's awfully close, though. I almost 100% guarantee it, because 15 unique champions is such an insane thing. And it's just like, oh yeah, we're just trying different comps. A lot of things work at the moment. Echo works, apparently.
Yeah. Honestly, Frank are a candidate. We'll check in the break and see.
Yeah.
Frank could be.
We will check in the break. And speaking of, we're going to go to it right now. When we are back, of course, Game 2 or Series 2 of the night. It's an absolute thriller. Be sure to be there. It's going to be Hellpigs up against West Point.
Don't be shy now. Nighttime romance, golden moment. like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
my sheets, they're crawling all over me. I'm falling into the deep, into the deep. I'd kill my queen to forget all of my dreams and regret all of the words left unsaid. Drift in that sea into the deep. Rays of sun through the leaves, the day won't put me at ease, 'cause twilight's rushing through me, soft like a breeze. Garden of Eden's blooming, my petals wither slowly. Not even spring can fool me, falling asleep into the deep. What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the breaking I do.
Welcome back to the second half of our night here of the PCS. And of course, we have a bit of a fiesta possibly on our hands because both teams have been eliminated from playoff contention out of Halpigs and West Point. And we're yet to see the Rengar, but we were talking between the break. We're hoping finally we can have one game where Halpigs are allowed to pick it.
Yeah, nothing to really play for but pride at this point, and sometimes that can get you the best games.
Yeah.
We'll see how the teams want to approach these drafts, if we're going to just see some comfort picks. And I mean, DCG always surprising us with their drafts. We'll see if Halpigs or West Point want to pull out. I'm expecting some Irelia in the top lane.
Yeah, well, unless it's banned, I guess. But yeah, both teams are out of playoff contention. Of course, the important thing is that West Point are actually yet to pick up a series win. So they're going to be really trying to get that, I do think.
Yeah.
So maybe they will be trying. You know, you don't want to end the series without a win.
Yet to pick up a 1v1 win, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty winless. They have picked up 2 game wins. They picked up a game win up against I believe it was DCG, and then one up against Halpigs, of course.
Was it DCG yesterday they picked up?
No, they didn't win yesterday.
Because the first time they played, they didn't pick one up.
Oh, that's true.
Maybe
okay.
against J-Team. I feel like it was
Must
against
have been
J-Team.
J-Team. Yeah, it must have been. And then, of course, Halpigs. They've only got the one series win. It was against West Point in their prior meeting.
Yeah.
Honestly, looked pretty good in that series after looking pretty good against Beyond as well. Into our 1v1 now we will be going. And Pantheon has been a pretty much permaban of late.
Yeah. Reasonable. A lot of ADCs open and Ezreal for ICU.
This was a perfect Smolder game.
Yeah. Smolder into Alawi.
Such a classic.
I imagine Ezreal wins this.
Yeah, it feels like normally probably shouldn't have that much luck ever landing the tentacle.
Yeah, he does have
even
Snowball. The E, the Soul
Yeah, the
Grab,
E.
whatever.
Just call it the E. Do you know her alt's name? I know her alt's name.
No,
That
it's
might surprise you. Leap of Faith.
Leap of Faith.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she has religious themes to her character.
Oh, well, landed the first one at least,
Yeah.
but the trade isn't going so well. This is also our second time, I believe, seeing ICU on the Israel.
Third.
Third, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Maybe it's time to see him play it in top lane.
Yeah, I'm down. Though with Relia having an Irelia pocket pick and
Pocket, it's like his main champion.
yeah,
I always wonder if Relia is named Relia because of his
yeah,
enjoyment of the champion.
must be.
Not sure.
Or
Haven't
maybe
asked him. Good night coming down. Nuli will be landing that tentacle. I see though with the barrier. Is he going to be able to find it? Healing coming through. Snowball lands. Oh, even.
yeah, somehow ends up being a pretty even trade.
Oh! God. Almost dying. Nuli may have wanted to activate that snowball after all.
Does the kill? I know you get an empowered recall when you kill someone. Does the kill on the tether target count? Because he got an empowered recall there on Nuli.
Oh,
That's
they've
pretty
worked
cool.
it out.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
He's worked out the 1v1.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's just recalled him back in lane so much faster. Ilaoi already has an advantage with that if you do land the E, just because you kind of have to stand around dodging tentacles for a while before you can recall. So up a lot of tempo. Maybe will translate into an XP lead. There is a big wave for ICU to catch, though.
Oh, even
Yeah.
slapping him down there.
His Ezreal spells are stinging.
Yeah, picking up that Executioner's Calling, a bit of heal cut up against Alawi, who obviously features a lot of healing in her kit. Oh, -1.
But ICU missed the cannon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
So everything missed and E used by ICU.
And
No
he's still
ult
winning
on
the
Nuli.
trade. Curious. Aren't skill shot champions punished by missing skill shots? Guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I guess Nuli not exactly landing anything either, as he
Oh,
does
we
land
will
E
now.
here.
Leap of Fate barrier coming out from both players. But pretty anticlimactic, all things considered. Now we get to play dodgeball.
Yeah. And we'll see if he gets an empowered recall here. Doesn't seem...
I think he did.
Yeah, I think that was. ICU not going to have any trouble just shoving this in, though. And not really going to miss out on too much. Going to be Randuin's for the Alawi.
Yeah, that is building towards Randuin's.
Ezreal not really a champ that builds crit. So Randuin's is kind of surprising.
Slight gold advantage for Nuli as he did collect that cannon minion, whereas ICU didn't miss it. Sheen, of course.
So Nuli can get this wave in and go for another recall if he wants to.
All right, I'm not sure if this is a popular or unpopular opinion, but you are an ARAM one trick, so I'll ask you.
Yeah.
Oracles on the cannons, worst change they've made.
No, great change. Great
Oh,
change.
weak.
Great change. No, you didn't play against Shaco,
I did.
Teemo before those changes.
I did.
Well, then you are just looking at it through
I
rose
played
tinted.
ARAM when it was a custom game.
You are looking at it through rose tinted glasses.
No,
That was not pleasant.
it was. You just buy an Oracle's Elixir.
And ARAM before Snowball,
That
disaster.
that was bad. Snowball was a good addition.
And I mean, it kind of did. Like, it sucked that you could just buy an Oracles for the Shaco and Teemo as
Yeah.
well. Just because someone could just buy the Oracles and there's like counterplay to the cannons, you know? You can nuke
What,
the, you
hoping
can
that your team is
yeah, spam ping it. Well, I'm always 5-stack on comms, competitive ARAM,
This guy's trying to pretend he has friends, guys. Don't listen
and
to him.
we're all ganking the cannon. Got someone proxying, ready to take out the cannon before it gets to my mushroom.
All right, what about this?
Yeah.
The changes to make certain champions weaker and stronger on ARAM only.
I'm fine with it. Just please put it in champ select. Please show me that my champ is going to just do 20% less damage in champ select.
I'm
just
so
I know.
excited. I got Ziggs minus ability haste, minus damage done, plus
Plus
damage taken.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, we're going to go to...
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to go to the overtime on this one for sure.
It's not the most invigorating of ARAMs. Anathemas.
Doesn't Alawi just win at that point?
I would think so. I mean, once you're just jumping out with your ult, surely it's pretty cut and dry. But we've seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, I'm worried with this Alawi build that maybe ICU can just hit his tower in front of him if he gets a chunk on it. But he hasn't touched this tower yet, actually, so...
Oh. Yeah, no, look, ICU, you did not get an empowered recall, pal.
Yeah. Oh, can he stop this back? Because he's kind of running out of time to get the
How
back
much
off.
damage does he do to tail? He doesn't have...
Oh, no. I think he still has time, but... Does he have Demolish on Alawi?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. He does. Uh-oh.
Oh, you have to stay.
Oh, ICU, you have been griefing this recall crazy.
Yeah.
Like, come on, let's just get real with it. The circle hasn't spawned.
Okay, he's going to E away now, and he will have time. Oh, he just runs back.
Oh, the circle is enclosing.
I think this tower's just dead.
Yeah, no, he's lost.
Yep.
This game's over. Well, West Point pick up their first 1v1 win.
Yeah, there we go. Looking for their first series win now. They will have their choice of side. And look, I did bring up that a top laner is slightly incentivized to grief the 1v1 and get his team on the red side most of the time. So maybe ICU.
He's like, yes, counterpick.
Yeah, he gets
Pick your
counterpicked
Aurelia,
this
I
game
dare
now.
you. You know, I watched ICU stream the other day.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe my eyes. He was in solo queue.
Yeah.
Get this. Choosing to play Udyr.
Wow. Okay. I mean, if you watched yesterday's games with Aja on the Udyr, I'd be playing it too. Because that seems like such a strong champion if you can use it. But just no other team having that kind of impact with the Udyr. Not even close. Alright, we saw him.
I also watched Ching9's stream the day before. And he's playing on the Taiwan server in Challenger because his Korean account got banned for using a VPN. So rest in peace
to
the Korean account. But he is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was like 16 kills minimum a game. It was like, wow, okay.
Oh, okay. Chang9.
And he asked me, is Taiwan server better than OCE server? To which I said yes.
Yeah, that's a safe bet. It's going to be Pragen. Maybe GodJJ still feeling a little unwell.
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, he was sick on Friday. Noticeably sick. Prage did play in their last chance to qualify. Was a very good looking, very close to being able to get it done, but just not quite having the pieces there.
Yeah.
It's Kazma.
Prage, very strong laner. We've seen him get leads in lane every time he's played pretty much.
Twice, but yeah, he has been ahead in lane both times. There he is, on stage, ready to go. alongside Arding down there. Arding has very good games and some not so good games. Thinking back to the Pike.
Yeah. Yeah, not much success on the Pike. Otherwise, a pretty solid player on this team.
Yeah, I think so too. Honestly, they're all very solid. I think their faults come as a team in terms of their macro gameplay more than anything. I mean, Friday's games, were the easiest way to tell, right? Because they had that Dragon Soul win condition.
Yeah.
And I think 2-3 times in a row chose not to go for it. Went for a Baron fight and lost.
Yeah, so maybe shot calling problems, maybe just coordination problems.
Both top laners high up there on the damage share, in terms of top lane anyway.
Yeah, Relia more often being played around, much more often being played around by his jungler.
Hellpigs. They've already got one series win under their belt. It was against West Point. We really do hope to see this Rengar, and if you haven't watched every single Hellpigs games like we have, they have had Rengar banned against them every single game. There has not been a single game within a single series of which Rengar has been left open. But now that we're at the point of the season in which standings don't really matter, I mean, either one of these teams can no longer make the playoffs. We're hoping to see Rengar left open, and it will not happen.
Okay, maybe West Point win game 1, and they give it a shot. You know, they let him have the Rengar, see what he's up to on it.
I can't believe it's just a permaban. Like, surely there's so many champions that do well into it.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of draft to counter Rengar. I mean, just a Poppy will kind of get you there.
You've pretty much done it in one pick.
Yeah. If you really feel the need, you can grab an Alistair. But no Rengar this game. Ashe and Orianna, probably a Kalista ban now out of the Hellpigs. We'll see what we're going to pick up first. It could just be Udyr first pick. Relia has been enjoying that pick a lot. Senna down.
I hope to not see it. Okay, Smolder.
Okay, we've seen Smolder with a lot of priority today.
Yeah, and Ching9's match history was literally entirely Smolder, and if Smolder was banned, it was Kalista. So, certainly has a lot of reps in terms of solo queue on this champion. ICU going to opt for his Cassante. He's looked pretty good on it. Kazma as well has looked good on the Vi, and in particular, the last time these two teams met had a really, really standout performance on said pick. So, I'm excited to see what he can get done.
Yeah. See what Relia's got in store for this Cassante pick. I'd be surprised to see the Udyr. He has been tending towards it a lot lately. And yeah, it might just be the Udyr. I'm surprised. There have been some picks punishing this Cassante, most notably the Gnar.
Yeah.
We've seen get a lot of work done in that matchup, but just the Udyr. Relia has a unique Udyr build where he goes for Udyr, for Liandry's first on the Udyr.
He did do that once, twice actually, and then one other game he went for the more standard tanky build.
Yeah.
Looks substantially worse doing it, so
yeah,
do expect to see once again the Liandry's. Aurelion Sol hovered, that would be a bit unique, we haven't yet seen that. Has been played a lot in the bot lane in terms of solo queue internationally.
Yeah.
Has been getting a lot of play down there. Do we think Prage will play it? I mean, honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Prage, so this is going to be Asol locked in. Okay.
Xingbai tends to be one of those mid laners that has a large champ pool, having play a lot, and I would kind of expect it to be going into the mid lane. Problem you may face, of course, is that it's very, very telegraphed where you're going, what you're doing, and Hui has a really good time against champions like that.
Yeah. Not a lot of CC for the Asol, really, which is the scariest thing for him. He needs to be flying in a lot of the time and channeling, very vulnerable to crowd control while he does that. But yeah, so far, nothing to punish it.
Alright, Lisa and Poppy taken away from Renier, Lucian, Varus from Prage. Will they look for their AD? Makes a lot of sense. You'd rather have your support last pick just in case something funky can happen, but I mean, in theory, could also still be the Aurelion Sol bot, but I'm not expecting it.
Yeah. Nautilus is open. That is a pretty good champ at the moment. Not the best at punishing Smolder. Smolder doesn't mind playing against the tanky engage.
Tristana.
Probably will just be Asol bot then.
No, I think this will be mid.
Tristana bot?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a really good pick to punish the Smolder.
We did see yesterday in the LPL, it was.
Yeah.
Tristana was picked up for Alk in the bot lane.
Oh, was that against JDG?
Ruler, yeah, and Ruler was like 15-3 or something and lost.
Oh,
Yeah. It was in that
I need
series.
to watch. I need to watch that series.
Yeah, it was a very, very good series. As are a lot of the LPL series.
Yeah. So we'll be seeing what is going to be going in the jungle for West Point, unless they're flexing this Udyr or the Smolder.
Okay, Xin Zhao. Viego. Okay, Viego will be locked in eventually. And rounding out the comp with a Rakan, I mean, not all that much lockdown. Of course, Nautilus being the main standout, but do you really want to be trying to find this lockdown onto the Rakan when you have pretty much the only lockdown on your team? Probably not.
Yeah. It is always frustrating for the Rakan to play into any lockdown. Just, he isn't strictly solo engage, but
Yeah, I don't think the Vi will be looking for the engages.
yeah. But Vi doesn't love being solo engaged either. It's a lot easier for her. Obviously, she can't really be interrupted.
Yeah, and then you have so much follow-up. Just Tristana jumping in. You've got the Rakan who can jump in. Aurelion Sol soaring through the air. Renier there, I'm sure he's wanting to get himself his first series win. And Halpigs on the other side, looking for their second, looking to repeat their efforts that they found against West Point in their prior meeting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the spot lane will go. Tristana should, well, will just be a lot stronger than Smolder for a long part of this laning phase. But Nautilus is going to be a lot stronger in lane than Rakan. So it's going to be, you know, how much value can the Rakan get in this lane? Because Tristana cannot really do it by herself.
We will see.
You're at risk if you misplay this lane of just getting shoved in on the Tristana, which is always very depressing.
Absolutely. Now we're loading in, of course, into our first game here of West Point versus Halpigs. Nothing to play for but Pride, of course.
Yeah.
But Pride is certainly something you want to play for. You don't want to end the season with a fat 0 under your W column.
Yeah.
And so it's up to West Point to prove to us that they can and have what it takes to be able to get across the line. Because honestly, we've seen so many times this team come so close up against teams that are well above them in the standings, but not be able to quite get it done.
Our first ASOL game?
It sure is.
Yeah. See how this goes. Shengbai with, yeah, as you said, like a bunch of unique picks. He's got a Kassadin game in. I don't think anyone's...
Two Kassadin games in.
Yeah. Against CFO, I think it was.
It was.
And considering, in hindsight, how strong CFO are now, you know, they didn't do too badly with the Kassadin.
Definitely didn't. Now, Relia, I mean, we're already seeing that this is not RJ's Udyr.
Yeah.
For sure, you find a little bit of a trade onto
Yeah, how
this
dare
Cassante.
Cosma? How dare Cosma start on this side of the map?
Yeah, that's criminal. But honestly, I don't think you really care that much. As long as your jungler's not disturbed. Obviously, last time we saw the Udyr, it was RJ who literally, and I'm not exaggerating with this, won 3 lanes all at once.
Yeah, and the jungle
And the
matchup.
jungle. Yeah, it was absurd. Chunked out Pretenders Azir
chunked
to
out is
about
an
100.
understatement, yeah.
About 100 HP was left.
He nearly killed him, just level 1.
And then his own lane as well.
Yeah, then
Walks into the jungle, level 3, finds a kill, and then teleports bot to save bot lane, so...
yeah. Just first 5 minutes belonged to Aja on the Udyr. And yeah, we haven't really seen anyone use the Udyr that successfully. Halpigs have a win with it. That, you know, did come off a strong performance. Oh, not Halpigs, sorry, West Point. A strong performance from Relia. He actually ended up backdooring to end that game.
Against Halpigs, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, it might have been J-Team.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure. It was against an Aatrox anyway.
That does sound like Lakai.
Yeah.
Oh. The classic Tristana.
Mess up your own CS. Yeah. So actually a D-Blade start for Cheng. I think people have started doing this a bit more as maybe the D ring start was a little bit overrated. You're a lot weaker in these early fights with the D ring versus the D blade, and you kind of get to the point where you're one-shotting the wave anyway.
Yeah.
With the D blade. Especially if you can squeeze some backs in at some point and pick up some more AD. I do still expect him to put 3 points in W.
You'll see, level 3, of course, just has a point in each skill so far, but
yeah,
as those levels come through, we'll be able to see what he chooses to do. This bot side crab will belong to Renye, and I should feel pretty happy picking that one up.
Yeah, Cosmo will be able to trade back the top side crab.
Yeah, Xingbai helping to secure it. Xingbai doing fine in the mid lane thus far, up against the Hui.
Yeah, maybe this will be the Hui counter. We're still yet to find something to really punish these blind pick Huis. We saw some Syndra.
Yeah, Gory's Yone while in lane suffered. Found a lot of success side laning.
Yeah. I think that is just Gory being very good on the champion, though.
Yeah, definitely plays a part, doesn't it?
Yeah, it didn't really feel like a matchup thing, but...
So Xingbai shoving out Lang into that first recall, picks up the blasting one, so most likely will be the Rod of Ages on the Aurelion Sol this game.
Yeah, top going about as expected. Udyr permanent priority and, you know, chunking out the Cassante every time he has his upgraded ult or R Phoenix stance going. Surprisingly uneventful early game, considering we've got, you know, Nautilus, Vi, Rakan, some strong early game champs.
All right, question.
Go on.
Now that we've seen the top 4 teams play one time, right, in the contenders group.
Yeah.
I asked you this before we saw them play. I haven't asked you it since.
Yeah.
Do you still believe it's going to be CFO and Frank taking out top 2?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually do. Yeah. I know. It's easy to doubt Frank. They just got owned by PSG. As actually, Cha might go down
finally
here.
break out. A lot of damage coming through, but it's going to be ultimately Praise who picks up 1 kill, picks up a reset. Nully going to have to flash away. Through will come that Descend the Skies. They aren't able to find the kill just yet, but with lethal tempo procking and through will come the slow. It should be another one, and Xingbai is going to find himself a kill too. And so they lose the Dragon, but the Dragon did not lose the fight. Xingbai picks himself up an early kill on this Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, got to be happy with that. A kill onto Tristana too. Cha goes down super early in this fight. Hooks the wall and gets caught by the Rakan knockup into the Vi knockup. And then nice jump in from Prage here, realizing once Nully's used all his spells, he's not under any danger. Gets another slow off. Nice dodge from Nully here, but not enough to get him out, sadly. As yeah, his flash was already down, so nice follow-up by Xingbai.
If this game gets late enough, which it probably will, by the way, we're going to have the quest.
Oh, the quest, right. I forgot that, yeah, there's an Ace-Hole versus Smolder quest.
Yeah.
Where, do they both stop gaining the effect of their stacks? And they just, all the stacks, it's something like all the stacks go in a pool, no?
Yeah, you still get your stacks. But what
you
happens,
lose them if the other guy wins?
No, you get your stacks, but what happens is each stack that Aurelion Sol gets and each stack that Cheng9 will get on the Smolder goes into a pool, and whoever gets a kill or an assist, whatever, a takedown on the other one will be getting all of those stacks. As we are having a fight here, Kazma looking for Nully, and we'll be able to find him. It's another kill here. Nully, no flash, of course. Super vulnerable up against the Vi.
Yeah, nothing but a flash and a tier. No flash and just like a tier on this. Hui, he goes down very easily to the Vi. Yeah, not sure what he could really do apart from not be there. And yeah, we'll see if we get. Do you know what the, what procs the?
I think it's
the quest?
Level. I think it might be level. It might even be level 16 on both champs, which oftentimes we don't reach because AD carries are often very far behind.
Yeah,
but we'll see. We'll see. I can't remember what procs it.
Yeah, it might be a quick game though. By the look of things, Helpig's off to a really strong start. There is the Dragon. on the side of West Point, which will slow the game down a bit, but...
Now there's 2 dragons on the side of West Point. It's a shame that Prage didn't go Dragon Trainer Tristana. We could have had 4.
Would have made a lot of sense this game with 2 dragons already picked up.
Maybe just losing out on that skin game a little bit, but that, you know, happens. Certainly not losing the game as things stand, up 1-0-1.
Yeah.
Nearly at his Kraken Slayer. Of course, Ching9 not doing so bad for himself, at least. He's close to his Essence
he's level
Reaver.
6 as well.
Keeping up his farm. We always, every time we hover over it, we'll try and keep tabs on those stacks and, you know, see if he can aim for a similar evolution time to that of Cascada and Betty.
Yeah, Renier stealing this blue. Kuzma is going to get here in time. No ult on him, though. So it's just going to be a blue buff going over to Renier. So Kuzma's ult is going to come up again before Noli gets his flash back. We'll see if West Point can protect him, as I imagine Kuzma's just going to go straight back to mid.
ICU, he's feeling confident in this 1v1, and it's looking pretty good. He doesn't land that Q, though, and with that, won't be able to find anything more. But bot lane, Char9's awfully low. Through will come Mum, as Ching9 now with it all to do. Char is going to go down. Kazma in the waiting wings. Ching's still trying to look for the flat, but he does get knocked up. He's still looking for it. He finds one. Is he going to be able to find another? Kazma's in the area. Oh my God, Arding will survive.
Yeah, gets a level up there, so it looks like he doesn't take any damage, but might have actually gone down to the Q of the Smolder.
Ching9, though, doing good to trade that back. It was a 2-1-2 Tristana that he's able to take down as well, so...
Yeah, he's got his Essence Reaver now, matching the Kraken Slayer on the Tristana. And it was actually Rylai's for Asol. So
ooh, okay.
I think it's Rakan probably hitting 6 that just... No, he's not even 6 on the Rakan yet. He does get level 6 later. But yeah, they just make quick work of Cha, and Smolder just not much damage at this point in the game. Lands his ult, lands a W here, and I think that's what... Yeah, he decides he can go in here. He actually greeds his flash here, doesn't use it to get past Arding, but does end up using it to just finish off the kill onto Prage. And almost picks up Arding, but not quite. Maybe a couple more crits and he can get, you know, the 2 for 2 there.
Very, very close it was. Char9 is looking here for Prage. No sums available. And a Nautilus ult that can come out, but chooses not to, instead turning attention towards this dragon. It would be the second of the game were they to find it, and Xingbai getting chunked out before it starts means it's a lot easier. Kazma is coming down. In fact, Char9 is just going to look from immediately. Can he get off that vault? Season assist, he does, but it's not going to be much use as Ching9 picks himself up a shutdown, and he's now firmly on the board. 2-1 now is the Smolder.
Yeah, Relia didn't TP. He just walked down here with all his prio. He TP's back up to the top lane, and is going to get at least 1 plate here. Wave isn't crashing, but I think he will still just get the plate. Nice pick by West Point. Finding Kuzma, no ulti, no chance to really flash either. Once you've been Nautilus hooked, there's nothing left to, you know, use your flash for. I don't think he has Demolish. Does he? He must do. I just don't see the Demolish.
I don't think he does. He probably has Shield Bash.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I think in this matchup we've seen a lot of Udyrs take the Demolish though, because you can kind of proc it in the Cassante's face.
Yeah.
Very ahead on the Udyr for now. That's the Iceborne Gauntlet finished. And he's not going to go for Leandries.
Ching9 is aware of the danger present.
Yeah.
As West Point are going to pick up 6 uncontested Void Grubs.
Yeah. Objectives for the most part just going entirely in the way of West Point.
Yeah, Helpig's not really setting up for them as well as you'd like when you have such a lead. But as more and more objectives are found and time goes on, it's actually West Point bringing back the gold a little. Gonna have to look for some more synergy between Kazma, Xingbai, and Prage especially, who have the vast majority of the gold here for Helpigs and the damage to go with.
Yeah, and I can't really tell who's outscaling in this game. I don't think we've seen enough Asol, but he is a very strong scaler. Smolder, obviously, but Tristana's no slouch.
And there is
when it comes to
lockdown.
scaling.
A lot of lockdown for the Smolder.
Yeah. Yeah. And Udyr sucks.
Udyr into Aurelion Sol, by the way, seems like the most miserable time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be farming just a lot of stacks off of the Udyr, honestly. Shengbai is, though, a very obvious target for these Nautilus ults. So he might have a hard time this game. Reasonable amount of long-range follow-up on the Nautilus ult as well.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that's why it's important now that Prage is actually strong. Because it means if you use Nautilus ult on Aurelion Sol, what do you have for Tristana? There really isn't a whole lot.
No, not at all.
Char with a lot to do to prevent damage coming out. I mean, Char and Rallier, I suppose. Rallier will just be that brick wall. Now, Rift Shield live, and West Point again pulling the trigger on that one. But I'm not sure that Halpigs is so willing to give this one over.
Yeah,
Actually,
they're all
doesn't have
here.
teleport. He is running up, but is he going to be able to make it in time? Half HP now is this Rift Shield. Xingbai has the upgraded Aurelion Sol ult, has the Rylai's, so quite strong at the current given time. This Rift Shield is going to be going over, though, and Halpigs, once again, just bleeding objective after objective, despite actually being ahead in terms of gold.
Yeah, and importantly, not pushing any lanes or really doing anything while that Rift Herald is being taken. They're just sitting around, watching them take it, and don't look for an engage.
Yeah, I think, honestly,
all.
you are able to give over these objectives because you have such solid team fight and also scaling.
Yeah.
But you have to be doing something to get gold while you're giving them.
Yeah, otherwise you're not even really scaling.
Yeah.
You're kind of putting the game on pause to watch the enemy team take objectives.
Yeah, which is definitely not what you want. Now, 96 stacks is what Qing9 currently is sitting at. Quite slow, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, not exactly accelerated, but...
Obviously speeds up considerably once you do
hit the
reach 125,
yeah.
but I don't think it's going to speed up to the point where you are reaching the likes of the stacks that Cascada found or Betty found. So
yeah,
definitely is behind. No argument about that.
Yeah, it does seem like he gets a lot less stacks in the bot lane. A lot stronger lanes tend to be put together, especially if you're blind picking for bot lane. And I think they blind picked both champions in their bot lane.
Absolutely did. Now, I mean, what do you really want to achieve as Halpigs, I suppose? You are up gold, and you do want to just scale, but you're on a massive timer.
Yeah.
I mean, Rift Shield now placed down. There's 15 seconds until this dragon spawns, and you do not want to give over the third dragon, because that pretty much ruins macro for the rest of the game. It makes the game so difficult to play as Prage
loses half his health.
half his HP already. Doesn't even have any of those refillables left, sorry. He just used the last of it. ICU's waiting up on the top side, and Xingbai has joined the rest of the team. Prage's going to have to be so
still
careful.
has that upgraded ultimate.
Yeah, hasn't used it. Obviously, a massive team fighting ult is the Aurelion Sol ult, particularly when it's upgraded. Now, Dragon already started down to 6k HP, and Rallier trying to guard the side of Halpigs from getting there. Rooted up will be ICU, and this Dragon's already going to be going down. It's taken. Fight comes out, and through will come this Smolder ult, but so does the Aurelion Sol ult as Prage picks up the first kill, at least of the fight. All out coming through, unstoppable will go Renier as he uses that Heartbreaker. Rallier won't find the damage. Double kill now for Prage. He's going to get another reset. What will he find with it? Renier, he's going to get that transform, looking for even more, but won't be able to find it. And despite the team fight win yet again for Halpigs, it's now a third Dragon and one off Soul for West Point.
Yeah, and it looked like a good start to the team fight for West Point. Hooking onto Kuzma, but they're able to turn it around with a really nice Smolder ulti, hitting just about every member of Halpigs. Wait.
What did you just say?
I got confused. I got confused this fight. I don't even know who won this fight.
It was Halpigs.
So it was a hook onto Kuzma into a 3-man knockup by Kuzma. So the fight looks good. But you see, as you were saying before, Udyr into Asol. Asol kind of just stands there and kills him. Prage cleans him up. And, I mean, it's a slightly winning fight for Halpigs.
Yeah, but the most important thing, of course, is...
Yeah, they're just too late to show up.
Yeah, you lost the Dragon yet again. And oftentimes when we see that, it's because you're against a Maokai. You're against a Viego. Yes, there's an Udyr in your way, but honestly, is he really that threatening? Probably not.
No, and yeah, I kind of want to see Kuzma just get a bit more aggressive. We did say it would be hard to play as the first engage on the buy. You know, you'd rather be following up, but sometimes you just have to run in and ult. He did just end up dying anyway, and you'd rather engage on your terms rather than engage by getting Nautilus hooked, which is what ended up happening, and they won the fight anyway, without Vi ulting or doing really a point of damage that fight.
Yeah, awfully close now to the Liandry's will be Shenbai, and I think that is a critical item spike. Of course, they'll be looking for Navori as well for Prage on the Tristana. Look to see that finished before anything really happens.
Yeah, so
curiously,
they're strong.
Nully's gone for a Zonya's second.
Just against Vi.
Yeah, I know, but is Vi really wanting to ult the way? I mean, maybe, but probably the Smolder.
Yeah, it does kind of screw over your Smolder a little bit, right? Because now he is definitely just getting ulted every fight. Whereas if you both build damage, the Vi kind of has to make a choice with who to ult, and the other one is going to be putting out a bunch of damage. Now it's just very obvious to ult the Smolder as he's on 150 stacks. Still a little behind where we've seen Betty and Kriskada at this point.
Of course.
But he will probably be getting there this game, considering his team has 3 dragons as well.
Baron spawning, incredibly fast Baron for Halpigs, by the way. Aurelion Sol destroys that objective. Might be even looking for a fight here, Renier. Oh, Char! I don't know if you want that. I don't think you do. Finds himself in the middle of the enemy team. Locker's going to be used to keep himself alive, but nothing really was used for Halpigs, and they just got almost all of Char's health bar.
Yeah.
Renier now being looked at. He does go unstoppable, but he's going to be followed. Grand entrance lands. Ching9 trying to find some return damage, but it's Prage coming out better off in that trade.
Yeah, Prage doing so much damage at this point in the game. Almost kills Cha, almost kills Cheng, and does take out Renier. And I think that's mostly Tristana damage.
Relia coming to join his team while ICU's able to just stay alone in this bot side. Going to recall, not going to look for that tower, but a little bit curious, but
we'll just go down.
It will, but you lose the local gold, which always feels horrible.
Yeah, I don't think Udyr would have really had kill pressure on him, but maybe more members coming down. I see you doing pretty well for himself. We've seen Cassante struggle in this matchup a lot more than he has been.
Yeah, absolutely. And it isn't going to be that Liandry's Udyr as well.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier, but it is just the tankier Udyr build. Do I like it? Actually, probably not. I think your tankiness against Aurelion Sol is completely negated, especially when you have only got armor. And so I think maybe having a little bit of extra damage to actually pressure Aurelion Sol to move around might feel a little better. But we'll see if he can make it work. As Dragon number 4 is spawning West Point, they're going to want the inner track to it, and they have it. But there is no way Halpigs do not pull the trigger again, because this is the Dragon Soul. The Mountain Soul can change the course of a game entirely. Kuzma, and when you're this far ahead...
Yeah, Kuzma has a decent flank here, so West Point are just off it. And as West Point, you can just kind of give this without caring all that much.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't find a good fight, you don't find a good fight.
Yeah, I'm not going to look for it. It will just be Halpigs.
Yeah, this Tristana is maybe a little too strong at this point to fight into.
Yeah, maybe at this stage you just want Ching9 to reach his stacks. I mean, maybe you give this Dragon, hopefully he has them by next.
Oh, Prage jumping in.
Though, he's not giving Ching9 the leisure of walking up to a minion wave.
Yeah, not scared at all to jump in there. Nully grabbing a tower on the side lane though.
Oh, hold up. Kuzma going to go unstoppable to get himself away from that tower. Through will come the Sky's Descent. It's a big ult, but it's not a whole lot of damage. All out comes through, and this Udyr is escaping with his life. Yeah, Ignite will not tick down and take him out. No one going down in that exchange. A lot of ults were burnt. Flashes also were used. Kazma no longer having his, and Renier meeting the same fate.
Helpig's trying to punish Nuli for being in the side lane there without his TP. They don't quite get any kills, and Relia's TP'd in and managed to just barely get out. They did use the empowered Aurelion Soul ult as well.
They did, yeah.
So they might be missing that for a bit. I don't think West Point are in a position to force anything or siege anything off of that, but it does give them time to farm up on the Smolder. So Kazma zones off Cheng here, but doesn't end up
lands on the
bolting him.
bridge.
And yeah, I thought Relia was going down for sure here, but just gets out. Not going down to that last tick of Ignite.
Zonya's now completed for Nuli. Very curious, I think.
Yeah, I don't love the Zonyas either.
No, I hate it.
Kind of hangs
You
Cheng
also
out
lose
to dry.
so much damage.
Yeah.
And
it
vision
just-
Horizon Focus grants too. Can't be understated how important that can be at times.
Yeah, especially when it feels like the win con is Cheng getting there on the Smolder. You make it just...
227. He's at stacks.
You're so incentivized to just ult, as yeah, he's got his upgrade now. And he's, you know, he's catching up to where he needs to be.
Doing all that much to ICU at least, but we don't really expect him to be.
Yeah, not yet anyway. Once he gets his rapid fire, his LDR.
He won't go for LDR.
No?
No, Smolder does mixed damage. No point. Rally though going to get engaged on, and Arding finds his way to the backline. Nuli and Cheng, they're in danger. Through will come Cheng with his mom, and ICU going to get that all out through. It's going to be Xingbai though who picks up the first kill. That's going to be over to Cha. They're all going down now as Xingbai runs through this team fight. Cheng9 trying to find one. Won't be able to. Renier now. Very, very low health on Xingbai's Aurelion Soul, but ultimately won't be able to find his way to him. Now Baron on the cards perhaps.
They're very low.
They are very low. Renier is still up and available, and teleport for Nuli, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to do so. Xingbai, if he's able to use this Q, which he will be now, this Baron's going to be able to melt. Or maybe too low to actually stand there and willingly hit it.
Yeah, Renier doesn't feel like he can contest this. It is very hard. Prey just very strong on the Tristana, and they have a lot of lockdown. So these fights in these chokes are usually very scary against Smolder, but on your side, you've got an Asol who lands his ulti onto Nuli there. Gets his Zonyas off, but once he comes out of Zonyas, he's still just in the middle of the enemy team. So many confident jumps forward from Prage in these fights too, and Cheng just going down. And yeah, Renier not able to trade a kill back there.
Now, I mean, Xingbai 404, 5,500 damage, but it was Cheng9 who did the most in that fight.
So strong in a choke, the Smolder. Every ability becomes really easy to land, and you can hit it on multiple targets. Yeah, just maybe a bit of mispositioning by West Point. They do lose the Baron for it. They do have 3 dragons on West Point, though. You know,
They
which is
do.
always going to feel like a massive advantage.
But I don't think they'll be fighting this one.
Yeah, they are in position for it. It's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Sky's Descent available though, and the major cooldowns that missing are Prage's summoners, but on the other side, you're also missing Cheng9's flash, Nuli's flash. Both your carries without flash feels very scary to ever look for a fight up against this Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, I don't think you can test this. Level 16 Asol with his upgraded ulti. He's actually 2 levels up on Nuli.
All the skies will be descending, and Char is absolutely gone. Arding's found his way also onto Relia. Xingbai now flowing through the skies. Everyone is just dogpiling this Udyr.
Yeah.
And they will be able to take him down nice and quickly. It's a 2-for-0. Dragon was secured there as Halpigs. They're continuing on. ICU's located. Renier is going to force out that flash and that Heartsbreaker.
Yeah. Yeah, Renier manages to get out there. I'm surprised he didn't go for the steal. Even if you lose your jungler there, you know, you're at most losing an inhib. They do have Baron on the enemy team, but if you can get the soul, that's a big deal, and it also gives you a chance to just get to the Elder and have a chance to flip it from so far behind.
Certainly is something to think about, and they still have time though. There is still another 2 dragons that Halpigs would need to secure, only 1 for themselves, and if any mistake comes out from Halpigs, which we did see in their series on Friday when it came to the Dragon Souls.
Yeah.
And so playing for that might not feel too bad. You are going to continuously get more and more power into Smolder. Of course, the flip side, this Aurelion Soul is not getting any weaker. But
yeah, I think we might get to the quest this game by the look of it.
Yeah, seems like we will. I'm pretty sure they're active in competitive games. I think there was something come out recently that said they are.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was just a fever dream.
We've seen Smolder take over team fights.
We have. Absolutely we have. And especially this next one where Flash and Ghost will be available for him. It's going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, he is very low on XP though.
Level 13.
He is keeping up in items with everyone but Shengbai, really. And even Shengbai's just got Mage Eyes, which is a very cheap item.
Yeah, but that's a good sign for West Point. Everyone knows that that is the most cursed purchase one AP champion can make.
Yeah, very ambitious. No Zhonya's on him to be going for the Mage Eyes. It's really easy to get KP, especially when you've got the upgraded ult on Asol.
Oh yeah, you just hit everyone. I mean, we're at the point now where we're hiding in a bush, trying to find Xingbai, but Xingbai is level 17. The next highest on the other team is Nuli at level 15. There's a 2-level discrepancy between Xingbai and the entirety of the West Point side.
Yeah.
And obviously, while levels aren't everything, just having those so much extra base stats. Look at Ralia. This is your tank. He has to... Oh! Xingbai gets a little bit too far forward. He's going to have to use that ultimate through Wukong Ching's as well. And he's kiting pretty well. But it might not be well enough, as it's going to be Ralia who goes down first. And Xingbai, despite getting awfully ambitious, is able to return to this fight and find himself one. Kazma now being looked at as Ching still has this ghost activated. Is going to have to turn around, though, and protect his base. Renier now looking for Kazma. Maybe able to find something. It's actually Kazma getting the better of that trade. And all of a sudden, Halpigs are just dogpiling into this base of West Point. Nice CC from Nuli, but it's going to be that all-out coming through here from ICU, and Nuli is in no man's land. He's in the middle of 5 very, very angry pigs, and they are going to be able to take him down.
Cheng pretty close to picking off a couple kills there. He is very strong at this point in the game, but this Asol is massive, this Tristana is massive, and, you know, there's no threat on West Point from any of the other members but Cheng to really help him out in these fights. Renier not able to really get anything done. Again, just has to ult out of the fight. There's going to be LDR for
you're
Cheng.
right.
It's deceptive, the magic damage on Smolder. You actually end up only doing, with builds like these, you only end up doing about 10% of your damage as magic damage. So I think the LDR is a very good purchase still.
Yeah, but a lot of it's true damage is more the point.
Yeah, there is
you have the magic and
true damage. As West Point looking like they want to scrap for this dragon.
Yeah,
maybe.
Ralia, you're going to have to pop that bear stance, but he's not going to, and a massive Aurelion solo will be coming out. Arding's found his way onto the back line, but he's going to get executed. Ching being able to pick himself up one, but now there's 3 members all running at him. Execute, will it come through? No, it's not going to be able to, and Renier is all that stands between Halpigs and being able to pick up game number 1. 5-22 was the kill score, a 14k gold lead at the end, but by God, did West Point make it hard with those objectives.
Yeah, West Point gave it their all. They kind of showed up for every dragon fight, but just couldn't quite find the 4th one. And meanwhile, Halpigs were just picking up a bunch of kills at every fight, winning the fights but losing the objectives, and then, yeah, they turn the fights and massive gold lead into objectives later in the game.
Yeah. Absolutely. Massive start by Prage, by the way. Found so many picks, really. I mean, team fights and then continuing on to jump forward and get more and more kills. I mean, Xingbai as well, starting the game off with an early kill onto his opposing laner always helps. Aurelion Sol, not traditionally a champion you look to be solo, well, not solo killing, but getting kills early, but being able to do so just made him so strong. And you saw at the end there with the graphic, I mean, he was 2 levels up on even the nearest member of West Point. And I think a little bit of a disaster draft from West Point as well. I think, honestly, what is Udyr doing in this comp? Winning lane and then doing what? You had to get a whole lot more done, because when it gets to the later stages of that game, can Udyr ever get to a Tristana? No. Can Udyr ever do anything to an Aurelion Sol? No. Just run away constantly. Pointless pick, I think. Get something else in the draft. I mean, yes, it had a fine lane.
I mean,
you
also
blinded it and it just got completely counted around the entire rest of the
didn't do enough early game on the Udyr. Also, Viego just completely invisible that game. Don't remember anything coming out of the Viego.
Other than objectives. He found a lot of early objectives.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that was like the saving grace. He found 6 Void Grubs as well as 3 Dragons in a row.
Yeah,
Herald,
to be fair.
Did he get Herald? I think he did get Herald too, so I think they lost the fight after Herald but got the Herald or something like that. But he found a lot of objectives, and honestly, it was in a position that maybe he shouldn't have, because Prage, once again, on the Tristana, very strong early, Smolder not so strong early. But the fact that Renier found these timings consistently to get those objectives was a great look. And that was, yes, maybe a bit quiet when it came to these sort of team fights and whatnot, but at least he was doing something on the map.
Yeah, reasonable. Yeah, he used, well, he didn't even really have priority in his lanes, but still managed to find objectives. He did have priority in the top lane, but in the bot lane, they got so many dragons in a bad matchup bot lane, so pretty impressive. Is Asol maybe the counter?
I was about to ask you the same thing. Is that it? Because didn't really struggle at all at any stage of that lane phase. Just even stood there and accepted that Nuli would be hitting him with some abilities and really didn't look to do all that much damage. Now, I think one reason why that could be is because Aurelion Sol tends to build a lot of health. A lot of his early item, Rylai's, has a lot of health in it. Leandri's second has a lot of health in it. And so you are able to withstand a bit more of the poke, of the range that Hui is able to offer. As well as every time you get that big ult, you are going to be so much more impactful in these team fights. Mobile, obviously very, very good at shredding tanks, very good at shredding a front line. And so those are the benefits that Aurelion Sol has. Yes, he should be punished in lane, but he wasn't. And so maybe when we see some stronger teams come up in the future, perhaps we'll see this tried out and see how it really should go. Because in general, I do think Xingbai might be just a stronger laner than Nuli. I think maybe. In general.
And we were seeing Nuli actually on the Hui, really vulnerable to the early game pressure of the Vi. And Asol's able to follow up on that damage pretty well. Again, not the strongest early game champ, but maybe matches the scaling, if not better scaling, than the Hui. It's hard to say when he had such a massive lead this game.
Oh, the Aurelion Sol definitely has better scaling than Hui. Just percentage health.
Yeah, massive ult onto Nuli there, and Nuli's just getting beat up in this team fight. Cheng doing so much damage. He actually does top damage this team fight. But one thing you saw in that fight, and you saw in general this game, is Prage is not scared to jump in on this Tristana. It was good to see that out of him. And we're going to see the damage graph. I'm curious. Yeah, Prage had a great game.
It was Ching who topped it. I mean, you saw that last fight. There was like something like 8,000 or something damage in that single fight alone. And every single fight following, he was doing the damage, but he had no one in front of him that could protect him. No one that could do anything. There's no lockdown for this Aurelion Sol. Literally none. Udyr can never, ever get a bear stance off on
There is the Nautilus, but...
Yeah, but the problem is, Nautilus ults Aurelion Sol, then you're getting Vi ulted Tristana jumped on with a Rakan follow-up too, and Ching again won't be able to play that fight. So early on in these fights, Nautilus was ulting onto Xingbai to try and find ways for the front line to do things, to make space, but they just didn't have enough of a front line.
Yeah, and honestly, Maokai was open that game and ignored
50% of his team's damage. That is not what you want to see.
100% KP is pretty unusual on ADC. Usually indicates that you just fell super behind early and, you know, just had to team fight for all your kills, but that wasn't even really what happened. They didn't fall massively behind early. They were still getting objectives.
And importantly, bot lane fell the furthest behind early on. But not because of Ching, he was still alive, but Prage was just picking up kills in these team fights.
Yeah.
Admittedly, yes, Xingbai got 1, but Prage was like 4-1 at one stage very early on into this game. And key matchup, it's going to be Xingbai picking up that MVP. I think well-deserved. I honestly don't know who you'd give it to. I think everyone...
Maybe Prage had a great game.
Prage had a good game, but honestly, so did Arding. Constantly finding two-man engages on the back line after Kazma's used his ult on someone else.
Yeah.
That's always, you know, very, very nice to see. And even you could go as far as saying Kazma's engages were what got a lot of those early game fights while losing the objective, got them started, got them to the place where they needed to be. But
yeah,
honestly, I have no argument for anyone in particular, but definitely when I see 7-0-11, it makes me think, yeah, well, that guy played well.
Yeah, it was a great game on the ASOL. And I wonder if we will see the blind Hui again out of West Point. I don't think so.
I don't think so. We've seen Nuli play a lot of Hui now, and it's never really struck me as all that good. And admittedly, he hasn't really been solid on anything since the Orianna has been banned against him. And admittedly, even then, he didn't pick up any wins on the Orianna, but he was just playing lane, going even, and then coming into fights as a bit of a threat.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing the 0-3 Nuli. We're used to seeing the 0-0-3 Nuli. You know, not doing anything incredible, but never falling behind and never being a liability for his team.
Yeah.
Allowing his side laners to carry, but yeah, different look.
For sure. I mean, ever since the Orianna ban, it has felt like Nuli has been a bit lost in the mid lane. Now, if I look back to summer of last year, he was playing a lot of the Jace, a lot of the Tristana because they were in the meta. It was the Jace, Tristana, Syndra, Azir. Those were the champions he was playing. I mean, we're seeing now Azir and Orianna are getting banned against him, and they're going to have to work something out. And game number 2 is on the horizons, of course. We're going to go to a little break. Once we're back, we'll see if Nuli can work out the champion problems, or if not, Halpigs may just get their second series win.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find is rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light, but we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous. dangerous games. This night, like a river in me, in your memory, caught in your rays. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Raging power, richest force, money driven.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting ready for our second game of our second series of the night. And it could be the last game, of course. Some problems in Champion Select, I think, for West Point. And they're going to have to sort of even those out to try and find their way back into this series. Now, importantly, last time these two teams met, it was West Point taking game number 1 and then Halpigs taking the following 2. And we could see the same here, but based on game number 1, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, it just... The early game went super well for West Point, as you said. Renier was able to pick up 3 Dragons in a row, 6 Void Grubs, and a Rift Herald, I think. But I think they just made it too hard for themselves with the draft. I don't like the Udyr.
No.
I still don't like it.
only
Even after we
RG
saw
it. Only RG is allowed to pick that champ.
Yeah, only Aja for PSG is allowed to pick the Udyr. They play around it super well. They get massive advantages with the Udyr. Whereas this game, we kind of just saw an Udyr go even.
Yeah.
Which you may as well just be anything else. You're going to have way more impact.
Could have just picked the Gnar.
Yeah, there was the Gnar available too. Gnar. Yeah, no Rengar, sadly, this game.
Maybe no Rengar at all.
And maybe the draft is so hard because you have to ban the Rengar.
Well, other teams seem to navigate around it.
Yeah, fair. Ashe banned away. It's going to look like probably a repeat of last draft.
Yeah.
And it's actually West Point banning the Orianna, which, as we've said earlier, is Nuli's best champ by a wide margin from what we've seen from him so far. So that is a very surprising ban. Karma available, Maokai available. Yeah, risky stuff. First picking the Smolder. We've seen it suffer in lane.
Oh, we're throwing it back.
Yeah, it looks like maybe just a run back when we didn't really like West Point's draft.
Let's see if the Udyr is locked in. Surely it's a nah this time.
Yeah, I didn't like the Udyr. I don't think they got nearly enough done with it.
Okay.
So Hui again.
We saw this punished.
And it was Asol third pick, so you won't have a chance to ban it out if Hellpigs go for a repeat.
Ching9 is not looking happy. He is looking disgruntled. We really doing this again, fellas?
What was it, third pick?
Oh.
It wouldn't have been.
Oh.
Yeah, Udyr just.
Oh, this is different. Oh yeah, LeBlanc was banned last time. Oh no, maybe not. Kassadin. Akali. LeBlanc.
I genuinely think Hellpigs might just all be picking their own champions. Maybe it is going to be Prage on the Tristana this time.
Would make sense, I think. Just keep that the same.
Yeah, there's a flex, but...
Lee Sin, I believe it was Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, and...
Maybe...
I don't remember these
Maybe
bans.
a Poppy ban? I remember a Poppy ban, I think.
Oh, it might have been Poppy. No, they already had Cassante Vi at this stage.
Oh, I mean Poppy banned by Hellpigs, I think. I'm not sure on that. It's going to be Rakan banned away.
Yeah, Rakan was Arding's champ, so at least there's going to be something different.
Yeah.
You can't pick that has been banned, so the support at least coming through for Hellpigs will be different.
Yeah, both supports from last game actually banned away. So what's really left? Leona if you want an engaged support.
Yeah. Rel, Alistair.
Yeah. Yeah, usually you do want, you know, the engaged support with the Tristana.
Maokai will do it.
Yeah.
Forgot about that champ.
Yeah, gonna force cleanse onto Relia. Oh, onto Cheng.
Well, we hope. Alistair?
Yeah, Alistair can be
does
very
well
annoying.
Into Tristana.
Yeah, for Trist.
Now, what will the final pick be here? Has to be a Jungler unless Udyr is pivoting into that role.
Yeah. We haven't seen very much Udyr jungle. He can do it. Gonna be Xin.
Okay.
Or Renier. And might be a good Sylas game for Shengbai. If they are gonna flex this Tristana, Sylas looks pretty good here. Don't know how it lanes into Hui.
Okay.
Oh,
well,
okay.
we know how this lanes into Hui. It does pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be the Xerath into Hui. We've seen it before. Xerath does come out on top. In terms of the lane phase, from what we've seen in the past, Ching9, though, he had a pretty decent showing on...
on the Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, this game should be easier. This game should be easier for him because there is no Aurelion Sol just going to be melting through
his
the
front
Udyr.
line, yeah. Last time we saw the Xerath, I think it was with a Vi as well, or at least when DCG played it.
Yeah, and then they just...
It was very strong.
Just ulting on top of the Vi ult, and it's just ultimate lockdown, and you are able to just burst down someone very, very quickly.
Yeah, usually enough. If you're landing your 3 or 4 Xerath ults, as well as Vi on top of someone, that's usually enough for a kill on its own. So Cheng9 gonna have troubles with that this game. Nuli too, honestly. As we're expecting him to be behind out of this laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes anything like last game and Nuli loses Flash for any reason, you can expect Kazma to show up in that lane and press R on him.
Yeah.
It is essentially just a guaranteed kill.
So we'll see if West Point can get the reverse sweep started.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to certainly be wanting to do it, right? They haven't yet picked up a series win. They've picked up a couple games win, as I said earlier on in the series. But now it's really feels a little bit like do or die, because their next opponent, who will be, I believe, J Team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
They seem, or they already beat Halpigs in their last series 2-0. So they are just, you know, in terms of results, the better team.
Yeah.
So if you aren't able to pick up the win against Halpigs, it's going to be very difficult for you to do so up against J Team.
Yeah.
So really looking for it here. They are looking for that invade. Kazma, again, possibly committing crimes by starting on the top side against an Udyr. We'll see if Relia looks to punish it. I mean, at least for now, Renier looks like he's going to be trying to punish it as well, as Relia will once again absolutely...
Yeah. So their coaches should have been watching last game and seen that the Vi started on her red buff. And it looks like they do have wards set up and Renier over here. So they're not going to allow the same shenanigans.
Okay, that ward's important. So they do know that this red buff will be taken from Renier.
Yeah,
shouldn't be too bad. It just means that Vi will be starting and cross-mapping on the bot side.
Yeah, I don't love this. This is just perfectly fine for the Vi to get a cross-map. She is very weak early game, so Udyr can usually just do this by himself. Not take the buff, but stop Vi from starting on the side of the map. And then Xin could clear his own red and meet Vi at her red once she's cleared her own bot side. And that's how we saw PSG get massive advantages with the Udyr yesterday. But this is just going to end up being an even jungle clear, which, you know, already is the Udyr kind of failing.
Ooh. Well, he should have spotted out.
Yeah.
No ping's coming down, though. Maybe not paying attention. Xingbai, he's going to have to flash early on in this lane. And we were talking about Nuli being vulnerable to ganks. Well, now Xingbai certainly is also going to be much the same. Renier, they didn't know. It's going to see that those are gone. Halpig's bot lane are already up here, obviously having pressure and priority, being that they do have this Tristana. Means that red buff will be picked up. Now, you found an advantage mid lane. You're going to have to try and convert on that, because Kazma, at least for the time being, has found himself an identical match to Renier, which is not ideal when you're the team with the Udyr.
Renier has done a full lap of the map back to the crud.
He certainly has.
I think they might be able to dive ICU. Udyr very good at diving.
Oh, definitely now.
Yeah. ICU has to get out of here, and he might just be too
won't.
late. He won't get level 3 off this Renier. Oh, he does. Yeah, that should be a dead ICU then.
Oh, not using that
Relia
Pathmaker.
lives.
ICU's going to be taken out.
Okay. All right, getting something done with the Udyr in the early game. That's a good look, and also burning Xingbai's flash. Nuli is a bit chunked, but he's up a teleport. So he'll be perfectly fine in the mid lane. Meanwhile, bot lane doing pretty well for themselves on West Point's side too. So Kazma's here.
Yeah, well, look at the engage. Just advance comes out onto Chai. He's going to flash away, but that explosive charge is well and truly on Chai. He finds the stun, he finds the headbutt, but Arding's going to be able to slam down that Bramble slam and picks himself up the kill in the bot side. So an answer was found from Halpigs. Now Ching9, well, he didn't go down. He's not going to be able to do anything with this wave in its current position.
Yeah, Tristana not really able to hold a freeze for very long.
No.
But for now, he's going to be denied quite a bit of CS. Cha ends up using his flash and gets Kazma's flash as well. So that does take some pressure away off his teammates, that Vi is not going to be flashing into any ganks. So yeah, Cheng will be able to pick up a big wave here and even up the bot CS.
Oh, this is a disaster wave state for Halpigs, but Ching9 is going to have to recall.
Yeah, I don't think they can freeze. Maybe he can leave Ali down here to hold the wave and get a recall. But while you're doing that, often the Maokai is going to run to mid lane or top lane and torture your teammates, so you don't really want to be leaving the support in the bot lane.
Vault Breaker going to be used. Slowed up though. Rinye,
No flash on either of these Hellpigs members.
yeah, West Point, they're looking for this. Nice knock up. Arding with the Bramble Smash, trying to find something. Kazma no flash, he's going to be taken out, but Prage has now arrived, and he's going to be able to find himself one kill in return. So a kill there for Nuli on the way, but a kill returned on that Tristana. Once again, Prage finding himself some early impact.
Yeah, you're probably okay with that if you're West Point. Not too bad. There wasn't much for your ally to be doing on the map at the time, and meanwhile Cheng was just farming up. Gets a wave in and gets a recall for himself.
Oh.
So Sha not heading back to bot lane. Probably going to be diving top. There's no vision on this side of the map here to protect ICU at all.
Yeah, and Rinye is certainly headed up there. Maybe he's going to just try and do these Void Grubs instead, as Kazma's going to start up on this Dragon.
Yeah.
A lot better than last game in terms of this macro, and allowing themselves to actually get one of these early Dragons and not just bleed every objective.
Yeah, they decide to not go for the play bot. It does leave your Smolder vulnerable if you go for it, but Kazma is very low level on this Vi. And no flashes, so maybe Cheng would have been okay, but they decide Udyr's not really the win con, Smolder is, so they don't want to make him more vulnerable than he needs to be.
Yeah, Raleigh are going to go for the Leandries this game, so
Yeah.
changing it up yet again. Will Raleigh on the Udyr, and even going to find a proxy before returning to base in the near future.
Yeah, up a lot of farm.
Yeah, definitely a better look. I mean, the dive, of course, helps.
So red buff going to be taken away by Renye, and there won't be much that Kazma can answer with if Renye gets back to his side of the map. It's going to be a fast level 6 for this then, as someone's pinging on their way to the red buff. I think that was Renye. So still no flash on Kazma if he goes for this invade. Could find himself in trouble.
Yeah, Flash nearly up. Feels a little bit risky, of course. It will be Nuli that gets to be here first. In fact, we might even just see a smite fight. And it's not going to be. It's just... Oh, I don't know who picks it up.
I think it might have been Renye.
I'm sure.
All the little chickens got split between the two.
Kazma, though, he's desperately searching to hit level 6.
Yeah.
Going to be spotted out on that ward that Renye was, or had placed, should I say, early on in the game. Yeah, this Udyr, I mean, it's looking a lot better this game. Still wouldn't compare it to Argus.
Yeah, nah. No one's winning your 3 lanes
And
in the
jungle.
first 3 minutes. Yeah. So Renye is level 6 now. So is Kazma, though. So Kazma's managed to keep up in terms of XP. And he's doing fine. Camp's cleared as well.
ICU actually looking aggressive. This is a squishy Rallier. No Ghost popped for ICU. Just going to be that all-out. Rallier still with that Ghost, and he's actually going aggressive. He has to be a little bit careful, I think, ICU, if he chooses to turn around on this. Oh, Kazma, you really want to stay here. You really want to stay. Okay, he is going to. And Rene's going to find him. Bolt Breaker gets himself a little bit of a shield, but going to have to flash on out. So as soon as it comes back up, it's going to be lost once more.
Yeah, probably a necessary flash from Kazma. Yeah, no hope of really... He was just there to defend. There was no hope in the 2v2, really. Not without all-out on the Cassante. Meanwhile, other lanes are relatively even. Shengbai losing his flash and getting chunked out early. He loses his flash and TP early, so he can't really get much done in this lane.
Yeah, but he's still done well. Keeping even, not dying. And you do just have a Xerath against an extremely short-range composition, excluding maybe the play with QW, but...
Yeah.
ICU, I think, will have kill pressure up in this top side, by the way, as soon as that all-out comes back up, because Relia won't have the Ghost.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a big exchange, managing to get Relia's Ghost out without using his own. Meanwhile, though, Relia is going to be up a lot of gold.
Sure, now, maybe looking again. Char has Flash. Xingbai does have his as well. Void Grub seems to be what Kazma's now playing for.
Yeah.
And slow start again.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer completed on the Trist, and no one from West Point's bot lane on this side of the map means they're probably just giving this up and will maybe try to trade it for the Dragon.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Char is arriving now as Relia and Renier are quickly collapsing down. Remember, 5 is the threshold you're looking for, and with 1 already taken out and a second one started, it seems like 5 Void Grubs will be what is picked up here from West Point.
Yeah. This is going to mean ICU's tower in the top lane is just not going to be around for very long. Already down to 2 plates. Very behind Relia. And I think this is the biggest difference we've seen between Aja and other Udyrs. Other Udyrs use the strength of the champion to get themselves ahead. And yeah, Relia is very, very far ahead, but it's probably just not going to matter. As we, get 2-3 items completed on carries, they will just shred through this Udyr. And eventually K'Sante will be able to tank him in the side lane too.
I mean, in the very near future, dare I suggest.
Yeah. With Rookern almost completed.
Pretty much done, that's right. And so, kind of running out of time for this Udyr to have as much effectiveness as we've had all early game. Now, Dragon started up. No teleport available for ICU, but there is certainly one here for Relia as he's teleporting to the back line. And with that, it should just be Dragon being given over. That's okay, 1 for 1 in terms of Dragon score. Don't feel the worst about that.
Yeah, Relia is going to be able to get back up to top and not lose too much for that TP. It's definitely worth committing the TP to make sure you get this Dragon. He's maybe going to lose a plate to K'Sante.
Right, do you think we're going to game 3?
Man, it's hard to call.
Come on, that's not a yes or a no.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Got faith in the boys at West Point. I do too, I think. Currently, I mean, the game's looking a whole lot better than last game, and we already saw what Ching9 is actually able to get done despite the state of the game.
Yeah, this game going a lot better in the early game. Probably a lot more familiarity. Hui's not a champ you're going to be super familiar with, but I can't imagine Shenguai's familiar with the Xerath at all. Oh,
Relia, he's looking to take the tower, but Praise jumps on him.
Oh.
Not going to do all that much damage. Of course, he is currently only sitting at that Kraken Slayer. Navori is really where Tristana comes to her own.
Yeah, Relia does have to hang around for a bit while his team rotates to help him out. An interesting lane swap by Hellpigs. Just getting K'Sante out of this lane probably saves his tower, so I like the lane swap. And Relia is very squishy to this Tristana with only a Leandri's on him. So they will get Smolder back up here, and Relia can start working on the bot lane tower. Smolder's actually in mid lane. Oh, Shenguai no flash.
Yeah, no flash. Through will come once again. Pretty much everything. And it's going to be Renier who claims that one for himself. Probably wanted it to go over to Cheng, but
so it looks like Sha probably flashed over the Raptor wall there, got behind him.
Okay, Rift Shield being started. Now you don't have your mid laner. Doesn't have teleport on him either.
Yeah, neither does ICU. So it's probably just going to be the Rift Herald going over to West Point.
Hellpig's a little messier. Especially Xingbai in this middle lane. Not looking as comfortable as he was on that Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, losing his flash a lot and a very vulnerable champ. The Xerath, especially without his flash, has built a little CS lead at least. Yeah, it looks like, oh, not even over the Raptor pit. He just loops around, flashes onto the Xerath. And with no flash, there's just no hope. Ali can tank this tower all day. Engage mid.
Okay, Prage picking up one onto Char9, flashed on by Renier, and really nice rocket jump to get himself out of harm's way. Renier, though, he's in the middle, does have that ult going, but won't be for long as shutdown will come through, and a fantastic all-out brings Ching9 about as far away from his tower as you can imagine. 3 going down there in a clean fight in favor of Helpix.
Yeah, I'm curious how that one started. I'm guessing just off of the back of a nice Maokai ulti. Cheng goes down, Renier goes down, and did Cha go down as well?
Cha did. He was the first to go down.
Okay. Not having his ulti there probably went down very quickly. As Relia is here, I'm not really sure how much he's going to accomplish though. There is no one here who can kill him right now. You know, Xerath and Vi not going to do a whole lot of damage to Udyr. So
let's have a look. It should just be the...
Yeah, it looks like Prage overextending, but I guess he's just baiting with his whole team showing up and recognizing that Alistar has no ult. Kuzma just Vi ults the Alistar, which you won't see too often, but was very good there. ICU shows up. Picks off another one. Relia may be in trouble here. He's not a tanky Udyr.
He's not particularly tanky at the moment, but he's also not dying all that quickly as Kazma's now the focus of this fire. On the other side, though, Prage being looked at. It's Renier and Ching9 heading him down. We've got 1 kill on the bottom side. It looks like Prage has flashed away, but it won't be for anything as he is going to be taken out. But now you have 2 members. You have a Smolder and a Xin Zhao in no place that they want to be.
Yeah.
Cease and desist very close to being up for Kazma, and Renier is trying to pull a hula Houdini, and with the empowered recall that comes through because of that Rift Herald take, he is going to get himself out. So 2 for 1 in total, but taking down Prage away from this map feels very, very good.
Yeah, I think it was a shutdown too. Meanwhile, Nully took top tier 1 and is working on top tier 2. I don't think he ever kills it here with Vi ult up. And yeah, it's just Relia kind of caught. Very squishy on this Udyr. He's a lot stronger into the Cassante with the Liandry's, but fighting anyone else, he just kind of dies. Prage just got 2 people on him. His team's nowhere near him. And yeah, Cheng's able to pick up a shutdown for himself. And we didn't get a chance to see his stats on the Smolder.
No, we haven't yet. He was very far behind at this point last game. It would be interesting to see where he's sitting for this one. Didn't pick up a double kill like he did in the prior game. But
yeah, lane didn't seem as bad this time though.
Yeah.
Helpig's on the dragon. Relia might just be
Relia's on
dead.
a flank, but he is kind of no man's land. He does pop the ghost and will be able to get away, but that's a massive and important cooldown for an Udyr.
Yeah, you can't Vi ult him there, right? Because he can reactivate his E to go immune to crowd control.
Yeah. Now Nature's Glass coming out. Nice Q coming through from Xingbai as it finds 3. Ultimate coming out of Char. It's going to be the cease and desist coming out, but so much follow-up, so much CC. Nuli gets 1, Nuli will get 2, and Nuli trying to snipe down a 3rd as ICU and Xingbai is so low. Flash is going to have to be used there to get this Xerath out to safety, but an overzealous Vi ult leads to the absolute demise there of the side of Helpix.
Yeah, last fight I gave him credit for Vi ulting knowing the Alistar ult was on cooldown. This time he just Vi ults and ulted Alistar. Very questionable from Kuzma, and he goes down immediately along with Arding. And it's going to be Dragon over to West Point. And that could have been a lot worse for Helpix. A lot of their members got away on low HP.
Yeah, but once again losing Flash on this Xerath. Xerath also just not using ult. I mean, obviously landed a nice 3-man queue. Maybe could have backed off and just fired from afar, not get low, maybe commit a little bit more.
Yeah.
Your Vi was always going down as soon as she Vi ulted the ulted Alistar.
Yeah, and there was no hope of really following up on that. You know, Tristana's not going to want to do it. Xerath can't do it.
Nuli once again, Zhonya's second.
Yeah. Incredibly suspicious. I don't like the Zhonya's build. Especially when you just have 2 carries and a bunch of tanks. You kind of need to be building damage on both your carries just so that you can kind of help the other one if they are just prioritized by the enemy team. When they've got stuff like Maokai Flash W and Vile, you want to be able to punish the enemy team if they use too much on your teammate.
Yeah, for sure.
Right now, he's not going to be doing all that much damage. He is 3-0 at least. So he's accelerating into these items, but actually very low on CS. So maybe not all that accelerated.
Now, fast Baron for the side of West Point is true, especially
with those
smaller.
Leandres,
181 stacks is not too impressive, but it's
not
better.
too terrible either. You know, you're not nothing to write home about, but you're not, you know, devastated or anything. Especially with like all their tier 1s up.
Yeah.
2 dragons to their name. He's definitely gonna get there on the Smolder this game.
And a much more difficult task for Helpix to get this one across the line, but a better look, of course, for West Point. So
yeah, and just the game state in general, right? Your Smolder, you're ahead now, waiting for your Smolder stacks versus way behind. You know, kind of praying it can turn around the game.
for sure. Ching9, will he have his second item in that Spear of Shojin? You have to feel like probably. Yeah, there it is. And not quite the Navori, which is, again, really where this Tristana starts to find value.
Yeah.
You need to be able to get those constant resets, not only of your rocket jump, but of every ability. And Navori is really the only item that offers you such a possibility. -1.
So, actually ahead on items, Shengbai. Actually, isn't doing too badly. Yeah, it looked like he was struggling a lot more. You know, his score doesn't suggest he was struggling all that much on the Xerath, but he's been under a lot of pressure this game.
Yeah, I think his score would be a lot better if he hadn't have struggled, is kind of the important thing.
Yeah.
Is that he probably is a lot stronger on the Xerath, and Nuli a lot weaker on the Xerath if he wasn't being forced to flash away so constantly, being found in the mid lane from a nice roam from Char.
Yeah, he's very strong right now.
Navori is completed now for Prage. And just in the nick of time, as in 1.5 minutes, it will be this dragon. And again, third dragon, you're not going to want to give it. They gave the last one in the last game, but they don't have such a cushion of a gold lead to fall back on, to rely on.
Yeah, I don't think Cheng is going to get there with his stacks. I just missed how many he's on.
216. Yeah, he can.
Yeah,
1 minute. There's another few. He's 217 now.
Yeah. Assuming he can safely farm this wave. Should be able to get it during the fight.
Yeah, he will have the stacks for sure. He is 221, 222. Only needs 3. Talking about a fight, Relia just sprinting at Kazma and locking him down for a wee while. Vaultbreaker eventually gets him out to safety, and he has time to recall and still attend any potential dragon fight.
Yeah.
Teleport available for Nuli, who's in the top lane, and ICU the same.
Yeah, nice chunk onto Kazma. They will still probably be able to contest this dragon, but because Kazma's chunked, they can't really set up vision right now. So they're going to be walking into the dragon blind.
Yeah.
And there should be the evolve. Yeah.
Now, you know, going on a limb or like really reaching here, at least you do have the Maokai as well as the Horizon Focus, which gives a lot of vision.
Yeah.
So you do have ways to gain vision. And now that we are rejoining all together, Nuli's still in the top lane. Probably going to get himself a nice little 700 gold tower there if he really chooses to.
Yeah, I think it's a very low tower as well.
It is. So he'll be able to get that. Is he going to join this fight? Or are they perhaps going to turn around and even maybe look towards this Baron? Renier pathing, clicking towards Dragon suggests that the Dragon will be the focus. So Nuli is taking tower. He's looking at a second one here. Someone's going to have to answer it eventually. All West Point need to do is try and deny some backs, and you might even have an inhib on your hand, although maybe we're going to have to just force out this teleport as ICU's found his way onto Rally. All Out comes out, but he was CC immune. He's no longer CC immune, and he is absolutely annihilated. It's going to be Prage who picks up that kill, but in the meantime, it is going to be Nuli up on that top side, picking up both the inhib tower and the outer tower. But yeah, ICU still in that all-out mode. It does go unstoppable, gets hit up with that whale, but he's not going to miss on the Q3 from Cassante. They're still trying to find more. Prage trying to jump in and look for Char. He gets hit back and he's into Cheng, but they are going to be able to find the kill up onto Nuli, but Renier flashing forward secures that shutdown. Double kill now, but Kazma flashing on in will be able to get down and get the kill onto the Smolder. Renye now, he's in the middle of 3. Xingbai, no mana, not really able to help out, but he does throw over a stun. Not going to need it. It's going to be Kazma who cleans up the end of that team fight, and ultimately, all things said and done, it's 4 and a trade 4-2. 1 or 2 towers given over to West Point and a dragon for Hellpigs.
Yeah, Noli does eventually go down, but he buys so much time kiting 2 members of Hellpigs, Kuzma and ICU, that his team are able to pick up some kills, and it looks like maybe the fight is going to go West Point's way in the 4v5, but I mean, essentially a 3v5 with both their solo laners just caught out and dead so early. Xingbai, you know, another fight where he's under a lot of pressure from all these carries. Cheng just doesn't get the Q off, which probably would have killed Xingbai. And nice flash here from Kuzma to shut down this Smolder who was getting out of hand.
Teleport now coming through as ICU looking for Rallia once again, but there's no way to slow him down. He's just going to sprint on out. Those Cinders going to help even more with that objective, and it's a teleport lost. ICU.
Yeah, ambitious go on the Udyr. Always really hard to pick him off in the side lane. So West Point lose the dragon, lose that fight by a couple kills, and lose a dragon. Could have really just been the dragon. I think they got a little overzealous, as they're going to hit the Baron now.
They are. Arding's going to be able to find this out even without wards, because Makai. Now, everyone is coming up here. Once again, though, there's no teleport for ICU, and Rally is going to exploit that by heading towards this bot side. It's up to Hellpigs now to try find the angle for the fight. They have the Nature's Grasp, which can force it, but in the meantime, it's just Rally down to 5 Void Grubs, and he's an Udyr. He's going to get through this tower in plenty of time.
Yeah. West Point just deciding to split push this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, they see the teleport be used, and like, well, just walk down here now.
Yeah, Renye seems like he can tank this Baron forever with the help of some shields out of Nuli on the way.
Okay, teleport being used now. It's 4v5.
Yeah, ICU, no ghost, no TP. He's never making it to this fight.
Yeah, now what are Hellpigs going to do? They're in a disastrous situation. We do see ICU walking up here, but in the meanwhile, Rally has found his way onto Kazma. Kazma's in the pit. Kazma gets the Baron. He might be going down, but he's done an absolute savior for his team. Baron to Hellpigs for just the life of Kazma.
Yeah, I was wondering what Hellpigs would do in the 4v5. So Aurelia actually interrupts.
Arcane Barrage is sniped off Char.
Yeah, picked off Cha as well.
As you were saying, sorry, sir.
So, Relia is over the wall. He stuns Kuzma in the middle of his Q, but I'm not sure who it was, but someone was standing right next to that side of the pit, and Kuzma's able to ult over the wall onto them. He doesn't have flash, so someone gives him an ult over the wall, and he just smites it. Yeah, and somehow you kind of felt like it was coming.
What? Oh, I didn't. I thought they had that pretty well played. I think their macro around it was fantastic. Maybe a micro issue letting Kazma into the pit, and we'll see here.
Yeah, I think so. Cha,
he got rooted up to be fair.
So Cha, what Cha was trying to do is just headbutt him. Yeah, just headbutt him. And Ali is so good at keeping junglers out of the pit. Unfortunately. Oh, and he's just caught recalling here. Nice snipe. Yeah. Advantage of that Horizon focus, just having vision once you land that first spell.
Yeah, I mean, I did see the ult over the wall. I didn't see that the cause of it was Char looking for a headbutt to deny any chance and then getting Nature's Grasp. It was kind of a combination of things going about as perfectly wrong as they could.
Yeah.
And so really unfortunate. West Point, though, they still are strong. They're even in gold, even in these dragons, and they still have side lane pressure with those Void Grubs.
Yeah.
But now that this dragon is spawning, Hellpigs are first to react to it, and it's going to be just Prage and Kazma simply taking that one down, as ICU will also claim himself that bot lane tower.
Yeah, and West Point have to be careful here not to lose their bot tier 2.
Yeah, Prage in the area. He will one dig this tower if he so chooses.
Yeah, Kuzma and Arding in really good position to stop the rotation.
This is gone.
And collapse, yeah.
That's 2 towers, a lot of gold. And it's a Baron you're up against. Zero for the Arcane Mirage. I'm trying to look at health bars. It's Ching9 being looked at. He had to flash away.
Wow.
Oh, but Char's found a way here onto Xingbai, and Renye's in the area. This might be a very dead Zero. Flash is available. isn't going to use it just yet. Uses it to come to his jungler, but it's not going to matter. Shutdown comes through. Renier picks it up, and now the follow-on. Nature's Grass is coming through, and I don't even know what's going on. There's two burly men against two burly men, all in the corner of a Raptor pit, but eventually it is the head part that gets Kazma away. Prage coming to answer. In the meanwhile, by the way, Relia is just trying to end the game. Recall has to come through for ICU. Prage going to flash away from Marm, and now it's Ching, who has since come back from his recall, finding the execute. And a fantastically well played game here from West Point, aside from the Baron, and they are firmly in control of the macro, but recalls coming through from Prage means that Relia might not be so safe. The Q3 does connect, and Prage gets himself a shutdown.
Action in all three lanes as Relia is top lane taking an inhib. There's a fight in the mid lane onto Shengbai, and while this is happening, Prage on Tristana is taking an inhib. Shengbai sniper.
Dare him to miss.
Yeah. Does get caught off. Really nice play from West Point here onto Shengbai, as it looked like he had gotten away, but flash to follow up and a nice snipe with the W.
Yeah, I think he needs to flash earlier before the stun.
Yeah.
But look at this.
Yeah.
Somehow Xin Zhao ends on the other side.
Yeah. And then Cha goes down so quickly to Prage, who's so strong on this Tristana. And then Renier somehow lives here. I thought he was dead too. Prage has to flash away to not die to the dragon ulti. Very loud scream.
Did it scream?
Yeah.
I
You
didn't
didn't notice. Yeah. It's a bit quiet.
Yeah, can we get the sound up on that ultimate, please?
So same build for Cheng on the Smolder. I kind of want to see some magic resist on him this game.
Yeah, well, we saw what Xerath can do to him.
Or at the very least, some lifesteal. Just
We'll
so that,
see.
you know, one Vera spell, one Xerath spell isn't just ending a
Prage
team
has a
fight.
lot of oh, yeah, it went from BF Sword to Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
All right, I mean, this game is truly a 50-50 at this point.
Yeah, I have no idea who's going to win.
I wish I had a coin. I'd actually get a coin out and do a toss, and we'll just do heads and tails, and whoever you call wins.
Yeah, I did predict West Point taking us to 3, though.
That is true. ICU going to have to answer. Although Xingbai trying to, but by God, he cannot. All out coming through. Are they going to be able to find Relia? Ult coming through. Arcane missiles. It's very hard to land when Relia is so fast, but ICU able to slow him down and take him on out. It is going to be a kill found. You do lose a critical cooldown in both the Ghost and the Teleport here from ICU. But one member short for the next 45 seconds will be West Point.
Yeah, nothing really happening on the map at the very least. We'll see if Hellpigs can get a shove. I doubt it, just because of how much wave clear the Smolder has, unless he gets caught here.
They will get a top lane tower. Oh no, he's recalling.
Maybe it dies
Xingbai
to the
has
wave.
TP, and Ching is awfully far up. We see where Kazma is, of course. Teleport coming through now for Nuli. Has that Zhonya, so he's not the one that's at risk. It is the Smolder who has everything here to do.
Yeah, Cosmo with such a good flank. You have to be worried about Cheng here. No flash on him either.
Yeah, I don't think we're looking for it. We're going to turn towards this Baron. 8 seconds until Rally is up, and he does have his teleport available, so we'll be able to join whatever is decided to happen.
Okay, Baron started up for Hellpigs.
Teleport coming through. Kazma's still on a flank. This is just happening because they want to turn. And ICU, he's in a position. Kazma is in also a position. Ching9, he's hanging well back. They realize that things are not so clear at the moment. And
He's on vision, though.
ICU, in regular Cassante form, is annihilating this Alistair. Going to have to force out that ultimate as Kazma does come in. They haven't found their way onto Ching, but that is the flap that's going to be used. ICU now finding his way onto the front line. Pathbreaker going to be used, but not going forward with it as they turn their attention once again towards this Baron.
Yeah, a little bit of poke being found by Nuli in this fight. Renier engaged on.
Kazma, keep an eye on what he can find. Arding's already at 1 HP. He's got nothing left. He doesn't even have the Nature's Grasp, but through comes his Arcane Barrage. It's finding so much. He's going to flash away. The last one will not connect. The last one will connect. Prage jumping on forward. He's in the face of Relia. Can he do the damage? Yes, he can. Triple kill found for Prage as Hellpigs will get us across the line. There are minions flooding into the bot lane of West Point. All it's going to take is heading down there and getting it done. It's going to take 35 minutes. It was not a clean game, but West Point, they will go down. They won't find their first series win. Hellpigs are going to do it.
Yeah, the inhib comes up, but I think Hellpigs should still be able to end this game. The Zerath is going to do a lot of damage to these towers. Alistair is up, but Renye not up for another 10 seconds.
And Char is going to be taking a lot of damage. Does try to find this headbutt, pops the ultimate, but he can just be ignored. No damage will be coming through. Cheng is up in 2 seconds. 2 seconds, has ult, it's going to come through. You can hear it, I can tell you that for sure. Execute 1, execute 2. Oh my god, the game is not over. ICU's trying to get the auto attacks off. It is so low, but it's not to be. The game will continue.
Kuzma in a rush to try to pick up this dragon and get them soul at the very least. Will they run to Baron or to the soul? They should probably be running to this dragon first just to deny it.
I don't think
they might just be
trying to end. That's a bit ambitious.
Yeah, I don't think they have time to do this, and a lot of members up on the side of Hellpigs.
What is happening? Why is Tristana in the Baron pit? Oh my god. She was looking for an end, perhaps. 4 members, West Point charging down mid. It is the Dragon Soul. 20 seconds on many of the members, but it's going to be Arding who's up. He has the Nature's Grasp. This game will not be ended. I'll be very surprised. There's only one Nexus tower. Arding, he spawned. Through comes Kuzma. One-shotted is Rallier. Prage is doing the damage. Arding's doing the peeling. Nully's trying to hit the Nexus, but by God, you guys do not have the damage. It was a valiant effort. Now, all that's left to do, teleport into the base. I thought this game was continuing. I thought we were going to do the dragon. We were not. Renye's going to try look for the end, but he's not going to be able to race. ICU alone in the base here of West Point is going to get them across the line.
What an ending. What an ending. Bit back and forth. These two teams seem to always deliver when they play up against each other. Oh, Prage.
I'm speechless.
Prage looking good.
Prage is looking good. Where was that guy the rest of the split?
He was busy. He was busy for the rest of the split, but yeah, Prage doing well. Shengbai doing well. He's a player that's improved a lot throughout the split, I think.
I agree. Oh, I mean, he started off pretty good, I think, but just, I mean, strength and schedule and whatnot. He's against Gory, played Cassidy, actually looked fairly decent at said Cassidy.
Yeah.
But then going against the weaker mid laners certainly showed he has the ability to exploit them and do better than them, because Nui never really found much success. I mean, he was doing fine in this game, don't get me wrong, but Shengbai was ahead the whole time despite the amount of targeting that's going on to him.
Yeah, I think, well, Shengbai's just looked great. He's been able to play the assassins, control mages, you know, off-meta stuff like the Zerath and the Asol.
Reminiscent of someone else in the league, perhaps. Who else plays absolutely everything in mid lane?
Cascada.
Very reminiscent.
Nuli, I just really didn't like the build. He was 3-0 that game. He could have been doing a lot more damage than he was doing if he didn't go for the Zhonya's. We didn't really see him get any value out of the Zhonya's.
For sure.
And there were a lot of front-to-back team fights that he maybe could have taken over, but it was just all Shengbai finding ults onto Cheng and taking him out in, you know, the most important fight at the very end there that gave them what looked like an end, but they couldn't quite end it on that push and, you know, have to fight off West Point one last time before they can end the game finally.
Yeah, it was ambitious.
Yeah,
maybe if Renye had gone with them. I don't know. I didn't see the minions. Maybe there were too many minions in base that someone had to hit them. But
they weren't even close.
Yeah, but if you had the extra damage, all the peel as well, by the way, the Zinzao for peel. I don't know. I mean, it's always one of those situations where you go back, look at it, and you can find 1,000 things that could have gone
differently. Yeah.
For sure. But, I mean, ultimately, all things said and done, it was West Point who do fall in that game. And it does mean that they will remain winless in terms of series. Hellpigs now picking up their second series win. Both, of course, are up against West Point, sorry.
Yeah.
But Hellpigs, I think, honestly, their series wins don't really tell us the story of Hellpigs, because they have truly been leveling up throughout the split. I mean, they started off looking rough. and I kind of had them pegged as the worst team in the league. But as we gradually got through, I think we saw strengths in ICU, strengths in Xingbai.
Yeah.
Even God JJ at times had his strengths, and Arding playing fairly consistently the whole time as well.
Yeah.
And against teams like Beyond, who you don't expect them to do well at all against, picking up a game, honestly having the chance to win the series. Not what you expect at all.
Yeah, not at all.
But continuously leveling up. And now they do have one more series left, and I believe it is against DCG, which will be a very, very hard task for them to get it done.
Yeah.
But I think to cement themselves as a true contender within this split, despite not having the chance to actually get into the playoffs, picking up a win against DCG and throwing the standings for an absolute loop should be their goal.
Yeah, definitely. That would be interesting. I don't think we're going to see the Rengar, as DCG are still playing for their standings.
Yes.
So they'll probably be banning away the Rengar. Not going to want to see it for the first time this split on an important game. As here's an engage onto Prage that doesn't quite work out for West Point. Prage is able to live on just a sliver of HP, and he actually buffers the third auto from the Xin Zhao. Some familiarity on Tristana, looks like.
Yeah, he did play Tristana when he was, I believe, on Duish team.
Okay.
Last year. He played a bit of Tristana in the bot lane, and he honestly did pretty well in those games too. But yeah, it was Xingbai. I mean, artillery mage. What do you expect? Doing the most damage. But I mean, considering how strong the lane was for Nuli and how much attention he got, really not an acceptable amount of damage in many ways. I mean, the build obviously playing into it a lot, going Zhonya's second simply because of the Vi. I mean, there's no real other reason.
Yeah.
Leaving it all for Cheng to do, and Cheng did his damnedest.
Yeah.
Once again,
yeah,
providing
kind of throws,
the damage.
Yeah, as we said, you know, a million times, it kind of just throws Cheng under the bus when you build a defensive item, you know, that's lower damage. It just means it tells the enemy team who to focus, and you're not going to be able to output as much damage as Cheng while Cheng is being focused. So, yeah, hate that itemization from Nuli. Xingbai, on the other hand, nice itemization, just full damage. You saw him suffer a lot that game with the Xin Zhao on him and Alistar on him, but
it paid off.
Yeah, you just have to suck it up, honestly, on these immobile mages.
And Renier, most damage taken. A stat Xin Zhao and Nocturne are most familiar with.
Yeah.
Out of every champion in the league. Honestly, I mean, this game was better from Renier than the first game, as Xin Zhao looked leaps and bounds better, finding a lot of early success, but wasn't enough. 100% KP, so despite this being the key matchup and Kazma going to be the one to pick it up, it was actually Renier who's kind of winning out on most of these stats.
I'm shocked to see Xingbai not get the MVP, or Prage, who picked up a quadra kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Kazma with a steal on the Baron.
True, actually, facts.
Doesn't hurt your
facts,
MVP.
I forgot about that. Yeah, no, facts.
Against an Udyr and an Alistar and a Xin while we're at it, champs that can all knock you out of the pit. He manages to find his way in here. Nice ult from Arding as well. Pretty much perfectly timed to stop, you know, anyone from disrupting his jungler. So you're going to see Cha get rooted up here as Cha is looking for the headbutt onto the Vi just to make sure she can't get in. But honestly, if he just stayed far away, if they're tracking flashes, which I would hope they are, they know that Kazma doesn't have his flash up, and all you have to do is stay away from the edge of the pit there. Nice steal.
It was a nice steal. And I mean, team effort, really. Once again, from Halpix. I think the game one was a bit of a stomp. Yes, you went down quite a few of the objectives, but you had a very sizable gold lead for the duration, and it looked like it too. Game number 2, very much a back and forth game. And a lot of that wasn't really off the back of team fighting or objectives, so to speak, outside of lots of it was actually Nuli split pushing top side, and then Rallia split pushing bot, again Rallia split pushing top, and Halpix was struggling to deal with that, which is something we often see the lower tier teams struggle with, is the macro gameplay. But it is eventually Halpix who do take up the win. We are now going to go to an interview. It's going to be with, once again, Paddy and Xingbai, so please do enjoy, and we will be back right after.
到今天的赛后采访，今天来到赛后采访的是 HPS 的中路选手胜败，请胜败先跟大家打声招呼。
各位观众好，我是中路的胜败难免。
Congratulations on winning your game against WP. Today, your performance was spectacular, and also for that, you won the POG for the first game. How do you feel right now that you win? 恭喜你们赢下今天与 WP 的比赛，你今天表现非常亮眼，也赢得了第一场的 POG。赢下这场比赛的心情如何？
觉得蛮开心的，因为玩到自己 特别想玩的英雄。
I'm very happy because I played the champion that I really want to play. So Aurelion Sol was picked the first time in PCS this season. Why did you pick this champion today? 今天你选择了敖瑞龙兽，这也是他第一次出现在 PCS 的赛场上这个赛季。为什么今天会想要选这只英雄呢？
今天起床的时候，突然有一种预感，就是我要游龙，所以我就选出了奥瑞龙兽来游龙。
Today, when I woke up today, I thought, oh, I really want to play a dragon today. So I decided to choose Aurelion Sol in today's game. So what do you think you improved the most on this season? And what do you think you need to improve on? 这个赛季你觉得你最进步的地方是哪里？有什么需要改进的地方吗？
进步的地方像是一些营运啊、转线啊，还有补自己的发育，什么时候该去帮队友这些。然后能改进的地方其实还有很多，像是还不够小心啊，有时候会战脑袋不太清晰啊，就是跑去送头之类的。
So the things I need to improve on the most is macro and changing lanes and my own development in the game. And the things that I need to improve on is that sometimes I make bad decisions. So I really need to pay more attention to the decision making that I do in games. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans and your teammates? 有什么话想要对队员或是粉丝们说的吗？
先跟队友说吧，就是这几个月大家都蛮辛苦的，其实我们都一直在练习，也没有什么懈怠，因为我们刚来打 PCS 嘛，其他队伍都算是老牌的战队，我们才刚开始练习，开始磨合，所以大家都很辛苦，但大家可能压力也有点大了。就这次打完，大家应该回去可以稍微放松一点。
So to my teammates, I really appreciate all your work. We worked really hard and we're in a lot of pressure. We're a new team in this PCS. And a lot of other teams are all really old teams and they're really experienced. So just want to tell my teammates now you can relax and we did a good job this season. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢胜败选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 section 跟 thoughts。
What a good interview. I quite like the sentiment at the end there. You know what? A lot of these teams, a lot of experience, a lot of time playing professional League of Legends. We're new, and you can rest now. You've done well this season.
Yeah, Shenguai, a player I think we will see more of.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. I think he was, in many of their games, one of the bright signs, even in the ones they lost. I think he often put on a pretty good performance for himself. And maybe, just maybe, going into the summer split, we might even just see the same roster together. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah,
I think throughout the split, they've leveled up. They'll have even more time to play together. Now that teams can see they're actually taking some of these upset wins and they're really bringing it to the upper teams, they might even get more scrims and more practice in that way too. And I mean, Prage even, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we'll see more of Prage.
I really like Prage. I think the lane phase for Prage tends to be a lot stronger, and that's even given God JJ playing a lot of the likes of Jin, a lot of the likes of Varus. But I think Prage just navigating these fights, testing the limits a little bit more. I mean, you saw in that one replay, finding the perfect buffer to live on very, very low health. And today's results, I mean, J-Team DCG was DCG picking it up, and they have cemented themselves as 5th. Unless an upset does occur in our following week. And then it was West Point not able to get that win over Hell Pigs. A very back and forward game at 2, but weren't able to get it done. And now our standings are very clear. 5th there. 1st in the breakout group. 2nd for J-Team. But they do have 1 game left each. So if J-Team win and DCG lose, there could be some upsets. But the game differential,
I think
maybe
the game differential might actually just shut that down. I think DCG have cinched it.
Okay.
And J-Team have cinched 2nd in Group B as well.
But Group 1, which is what we're going to see of a lot next week. We're going to have 2 days of Group 1 next week, the contender group. And that's going to be the exciting one because we've already seen PSG demolish Frank, who are only 1 win above them. CFO clearly the favourites to get out in 1st. They are going up against Frank and PSG against BYG. So next week, our next broadcast on Friday, we're going to see if CFO beat Frank, then PSG have the chance to beat Beyond for that 2nd place. But Beyond aren't going to want to give up either because if they win, they will also get 2nd place. It is truly a battle. It all depends on CFO winning. And the result from that will determine the importance of the 2nd game. But in any case, all of these teams are going to want to win. All of these teams are incredibly skilled. And it's so much a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it feels like every seed is up for grabs in this Group A. Even if Frank beats CFO, then truly every spot, you know, we're kind of giving it to CFO that they're going to be in the top 2 just based on their current form, and they're just 2-0 running through some of our top teams, not even looking competitive against the likes of PSG. But we will see if they can maintain that form against Frank, who have been on a bit of a downswing lately.
For sure. I mean, they lost to CFO and then they lost to PSG. It's not like...
Understandable, but...
Yeah. It's not like you've dropped a game against one of the bottom 4. They lost to probably the 2 teams everyone expected to be 1 and 2.
Yeah, I am worried about Frank, though. They looked very good in the initial meta we had in the PCS, but they've maybe not been able to keep up with the likes of Twisted Fate, and we saw a pretty rough Hui game out of Jimmian.
Yes.
Yeah, no Twisted Fate from them yet. We did see Brand, but yeah, and they haven't been doing all that well with the Senna lanes either, so yeah, some work to do definitely for Frank.
And they do have a week to do it, and of course, it's always exciting. You get these teams have a week, and it's generally the top teams who can come up with something new, something that is actually strong. Maybe it's something they've seen another region play that they can now implement into their game plan. I mean, no team is as creative as DCG, of course.
Yeah.
And we get to see them again next week too, but I'm just so excited to once again watch these top teams play and contend for that playoff bye. But for tonight, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you again next week, Friday. Do be there. You do not want to miss out.